last time these two teams met. A 49 from Bennett.
Beautifully played. That is his area. Fabulous shot on the up.
That's lifted and makes it all the way over the fence for 6.
And a 32-ball 47 from Raza helped Zimbabwe post 162 for 8.
Oh, that's travelled. That's gone.
Banged away. Oh, what a shot. Evans ended with figures of 3 for 9 from his allotted 4 overs, which helped the island nation slump to 95 all out and remain winless in the competition after the first round.
And he bowls in the Yorker fittingly. It is Evans who hits the stumps. And Sri Lanka bowled out for 95. Zimbabwe with a thumping victory.
Both teams will be looking for a win tonight to cement their place in the final against Pakistan.
Hello and welcome to yet another game. It's match 5 of the Tri-Nation, and today an all-important match for both the sides, Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe, to win and qualify for that final, which will be played on the 29th. It's KFC presents Vigo Telmobile Tri-Nation Series here from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. A quick look at the number of games, 7 in total for these Tri-Nation matches, and we are at match 5. Sri Lanka versus Zimbabwe, an all-important game. It will be an absolute decider where these two teams are heading. Quick look at the points table. You see Pakistan have already made it. Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka, we've got, well, 1 game for Zimbabwe, 2 for Sri Lanka in this series. Let's see what they can get out of this. Hello and welcome to the pitch side, and we are going to talk about match 5. As I've been saying, it's an important game for both the sides. What can they do differently today to get those 2 points, especially Sri Lanka? Are they feeling more pressure because they're the side with a reputation and they'll have to play for that because you expect them to perform as to what they're known for? I've got Russell Arnold and Pami Mbangwa alongside me. Good evening, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Russ. An evening where Sri Lanka needs to prove a little more than what they have managed up till now in the Tri-Nation.
A lot more, Sikandar, because I really don't know how to feel about being in this situation. It's a game which is so important. Having to crash out at this stage, it will be unacceptable for the Sri Lankans. The type of cricket they've been playing, they've just not been at the races. Hence, picking themselves up. Each individual has to be special. It's not going to be a tactical game. Individuals have to win this game. So basically at the top of the order, turn it around.
Pami, Zimbabwe knows that they've got them out for 95, but they can't just take it easy because they know the opposition will come hard at them. How do you see them going out tonight?
Yeah, at no point, good evening to both of you, first of all, and to everybody out there. At no point can you take it easy at all. I think for Zimbabwe, it's about processes for each player as they turn up, and you can go through the experienced players and those who are coming back. I'm thinking of Brendan Taylor, Graham Creamer, making sure that they're getting accustomed to the level. But new day, new opportunities, and this pressure is something that you cannot simulate when you practice and you try and get ready for tournaments. So I think it's got to be embraced, and you've got to test yourself in this situation. If they can come through this with so much riding on the game, I think it'll do them a great deal of good going forward in terms of the building blocks that they're trying to put together.
Well, similar situations for the two sides. And we talk about their batting, depending on their top two, both Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. And then down the order, Lianage and Raza and Burl. They need something from that middle order to get to a respectable total. Now, let's find out what the captains decide if they win the toss. It's going to be crucial what they choose to do. We've got Bazid Khan and the two captains out in the middle.
As the temperature continues to drop here in Rawalpindi, two sides will be looking to turn the heat up. It is Zimbabwe versus Sri Lanka in the 5th match of the Tri-Series. Got the two captains ready. Home captain tonight for Sri Lanka, Dasun Shanaka. Zimbabwean captain Sikandar Raza and Rion King to overlook proceedings. You got the coin?
Tails.
Tails called. Tails it is. Just before the toss, team was giving a bit of stick for getting it right. What are you going to do and why?
Yeah, we're going to have a bat first. Look, the temperatures are playing a huge role as well, and I think the temperature keeps on dropping, and looking at the wicket as well. If there is a hint of dew as well, I think it's going to get tackier. So the best chance to score is probably batting first, so that's why we've gone with batting first today.
One of the games you won is batting first, albeit it was on a different surface. This game, this surface was used in the first game. You also got runs on the board. You said it's a better surface. What are you looking at in terms of target?
Yeah, certainly it looks like a better surface. I thought that day was slightly tackier at the start, and we didn't adjust. That's why we only got to 160 odd, but I think this looks certainly more like a Pindi wicket as well. But the conditions, you cannot really fight them. So I think this could be a high-scoring game as well, and any team that plays well should be able to chase it or defend it.
You said there would be a little bit of regrouping after that loss against Pakistan. What are the conversations and what do you make out of the improvements you're looking at?
Yeah, certainly the loss hurted us, but I just reminded the boys that do not take the shine of the first two games, how well we've gone about our business. The mind plays tricks on you, and you can be caught in the game that we have lost. Rather remind yourself the good things we have done rather than be stuck up on this game. Learn the lessons from this game and try and remember all the good things from the first two games as well, and try and merge those two, and hopefully we can come up with a better result today.
And what's the team looking like for tonight?
Yeah, we only got one change. We got Dion Myers coming in for Tony Manyunga.
All right then, Sikandar, have a good one.
Thank you, Rish. Thank you.
Dasun, you're bowling first. So how does that go according to your game plan?
See, if I won the toss, I could have anyway bowled first. So we're playing with 7 batsmen today. So yeah.
In terms of your the way the tournament has gone, it hasn't really been proper for you in all 3 departments. What are the particular areas you're looking to brush up in a must-win game today for you?
Of course, all 3 areas, as Raza mentioned. So it looks like a normal Pindi wicket. So it must be high scoring. So and we know the mistakes we done throughout the tournament. So hopefully we'll go a good game tonight.
And what's the 11 for then tonight?
2 changes: Viyaskant out and Kamidu out. Pawan Ratnayaka making his debut, and Mahesh Tikshana back.
All right then, Dasun, have a good one.
Thank you.
Right then, the news from the centre is that Zimbabwe have won the toss and will have a bat first. Now, batting first on this surface, remember, is the first surface only used once in this tri-series, is Pakistan, Zimbabwe. And I've got the local guru next to me, Bazid Khan. You've had a good look. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, that game was a pitch where the ball didn't really come onto the bat. It was difficult to bat up front, and even throughout the game, it wasn't a pitch where the ball came on. I think more of the same, slightly better prepared, slightly rolled more, so maybe a little more stroke play. Batting first, you set the total. It's been a theme here. Normally, in Pindi, you win the toss and bowl first because the pitch is so good. This is slightly different on the opposite end. Now, a couple of things there. Now, the element that really comes into play is, will there be dew formation? It's been hit and miss. If there's a little bit of dew, then it almost slickens up the pitch and it helps the fast bowlers. If there's more dew, then obviously it goes to the other side. But I think so far we've not seen, apart from one game, that dew's really affected the bowling side as such. But you being a numbers girl, you know how numbers work. Wow, at what temperature does dew form?
Well, he's thrown a science question me at a cricket game. I'm going to go ahead with that, leave that one, come back straight to you with my googly to you. Typical batting surface, maybe not. What are you looking for in terms of Zimbabwe getting runs on the board?
You want to build, you can't sort of go into thinking, okay, 180. You've got to think 150, 160. If you really get going, then go to 180, because you've got to give yourself a little bit time, especially in those middle overs. Once the spinners come on, the ball really stops in the surface.
All right, then you've heard from Bazid. Assess, but then try and get big runs for Zimbabwe.
All right, so now we know that Zimbabwe have decided to bat first. I'll straight go to Pommy, and quick one from you. You think the decisions these days from captains is more condition dependent or more based on the strength of their teams?
I think if conditions force you, you heard Sikandar Raza there say you don't want to be fighting the conditions. I think each of the teams as they've turned up here have kind of felt that they want to chase scores, because generally in 2020 cricket, that's how you go. But as the games have gone along, actually it is better to try and put a score on the board, because later on you might have that difficulty starting. It might be a bit tougher because you have runs on the board and you dictate the way that they should play, and it then kind of plays in your favor. But I think it essentially is a question of trying to read the conditions correctly, and the difficulty of that sometimes is why the decision happens.
Quick one from you. I mean, I know, yes, Darshan Chanaka was on the receiving end at the toss, but happy with chasing? You don't want to...
In this situation, Sikandar, for me, it's a good toss to lose. Because Sri Lankan heads are muddled. It's not about conditions, it's not about situations, it's about execution. They are just not there, it seems so. Even their best players are not amongst the runs, the confidence seems to be low, the cold seems to be just pushing them into a corner.
And we should say it is very cold.
It is, it is. There's been snow up in the mountains yesterday, and even now we're feeling it. So there are challenges, and hence the least decisions you have to make is the best for Sri Lanka. Just go out there, do what you need to, do what you're told, just do it properly.
All right. Now, we know that Zimbabwe won the toss, decided to bat first. Time for a short break. On the other side, we'll have a look at the playing 11. Welcome back to Pitch Side, talking about Match 5, Sri Lanka versus Zimbabwe. And for those who've just joined us, Zimbabwe won the toss and decided to bat first. And with that, we'll have a look at the playing 11, starting, of course, with Zimbabwe, and leave that to Pommy.
Yeah, a change in Zimbabwe's side today. Dion Myers will come into the team. He'll probably be a bit further up than that, actually, if he bats in what is his position, because he's normally a top-order player. They would have to juggle things around. Perhaps they feel that it can kind of lengthen things. The dependence, though, will be on the start and that middle order filled with experience. So it's a side that Zimbabwe hopes with the youthfulness and the experience can kind of combine, and under the pressure of today can put a score on the board for those bowlers who by and large have been pretty good through the tournament, actually can go to work and defend a score.
Sri Lanka, a couple of changes. There have been 17 players here. So far, they've tried 15 of them. Mahesh Theekshana's back into the team. He replaces Vyaskanth. And there is a debut for Pavan Ratnayaka, who will come in for Kamindu Mendis. Pavan Ratnayaka made his debut in the ODI series. And the top order, it stays the same. The focus is on the batting. That's where Sri Lanka's strength lies. That's where the experience is. And that's where the difference needs to be made. Nissanka, Kusal Mendis, Mishara, Kusal Pereira.
All right. Talking about a debut, you just mentioned about that big occasion for the young man to be part of the T20 side for Sri Lanka. And lots of expectations, and probably would like to contribute today in this all-important game for Sri Lanka. Now, we've been talking about how Sri Lanka probably have been struggling against Spain, and what did Zimbabwe do well to beat them by 67 runs. We have a small package of the wickets, follow wickets for Sri Lanka. I'd like both of you to look at it. Probably, Pommy, you can look at the lengths and you can look at the shot selection, Russ.
Well, it comes down to the lengths. In the power play, when Sri Lanka lost 4 wickets, 8th over, they were 29 for 4. That good length with the Zimbabwean pacers hit was the crucial point. It was hitting the Sri Lankan batters high on the bat. They couldn't rotate the strike. They couldn't get the runs, and hence they were trying those shots. Lost wickets, the runs didn't come, and they were in a hole. Yes, they haven't played spin well of late, but if you haven't got that early confidence and early movement, chasing 160, you are digging a hole for yourself. It's very important that the new ball bowlers, especially with the height that the Zimbabweans have, hit the deck back of a length and let the batter make the play.
Yeah, no easy deliveries, and the height is critical. And Garava has done it for many years now. He's right at the forefront, and he's missing an even taller guy in Blessing Mzarabani, who's injured, and so he's got a lead from the front. But Maposa as well as Evans have been pretty good. As Russ says, you've got to be back of a length. Sometimes you might kind of be lured into thinking it might swing early on and therefore creep further up. But I think that just eases things for the Sri Lankans if you get them to play a length that's much fuller. You want them to be contending with the bounce, and when they're contending with the bounce from back of a length, then it's foreign to them and it's more difficult for them. And if you can pick up wickets along the way as well, then it makes the work of the spinners that bit easier as you go along, and you can kind of work your plan, so to speak.
They bowled wicket to wicket as well. Hence, there was no width or nothing to pick off. It was not the type of pitch that you can hit through the line. That's where the problem started for Sri Lanka. And you can lose wickets in the power play, but then you got to get yourself to 55, 60 for 3. Then you're moving. But at 29 for 4, you're dead beat.
Let's have a quick chat about the batting sides for both of them, starting with Zimbabwe. Now, you mentioned Dion Myers. Now, that's a bit of a dilemma they have with Bennett, Marumani, Taylor, and Raza. Now, does Raza push himself down? We know that he's been in form. Where does Myers go?
I think essentially, and we spoke about this number in batting and where does who bat. It's not as difficult as that. Essentially, what you've got to decide is who opens your batting, and the two of them walk out there, and they've got to do a certain job, which is to maximize the power play. And who comes in next is about whether you're still in the power play or you're out of the power play. So it's situational, essentially. The guys you want to play the middle of the game are the guys who are best at playing against the spin and can find singles and can bed in some sort of a foundation that then allows for those who bat at the back end. Of course, you want some to carry on to then launch at the end. So it's got to be situational, and roles have to be assigned, and they go in with the flexibility of numbers and so forth when it is their time to bat, and they can play that role.
The options come your way if the openers do their job.
Yeah.
And for Zimbabwe, these two have done really, really well. Two different types of players. I think Bennett is the key. He is not very strong all over, but he knows his game. He likes that offside, he sets himself up, and he'll play to his strength. Whereas Marumani, I think, has got more shots, but still not enough clarity in his head. Because he plays lots of shots, but doesn't get the runs as he should for the number of shots he plays. So once he figures out himself out,
Just
I
some
think
control. I think some
yeah,
control required.
there'll be a good combination, and then you can do whatever you want with this middle order you're talking about. Move them, use them wherever you want.
So that brings the question, if you come to Sri Lanka side, you know, Pathum Nissanka has been firing all cylinders throughout 25, hasn't really arrived here yet. And Mendes has been run out twice, so that start that you're looking for in that power play is not happening, and thus the pressure on the middle order.
Definitely, and right throughout Sri Lanka's T20 games, you find that the runs are scored at the top of the order. The two Kusals, Pathum Nissanka, the moment they boss the situation, everyone's calmer and things tend to fall in place. Earlier I said it's about people doing their job today. So it's not about coming out there and being clear in roles. Each person needs to be clear about himself. Nissanka, Kusal Mendes, Kusal Pereira, one of them needs to get an 80-90. Then everyone's calm around them. And suddenly, if you get to where you want to be, 60% of your problems strangely disappear.
Yeah, it's
that's what Sri Lanka,
yeah.
It's success, and that win just does strange things to you.
Last minute on the show. Now, what do you reckon? That game between Pakistan and Zimbabwe, the starting game was on that pitch. As a side batting first, you're going to need to keep something from that game, how it played, and then what kind of score you feel will be able to defend.
No, I don't think so. I think each time you come out, yes, you've got these historical facts that are told to you, but you've got to assess on the day. And you will know within sort of an over or two, an over from seamers, an over from spinners, what's going on the surface. And also sometimes it's about how a batter feels and how he's going. So the game will dictate in terms of conditions, just don't fight them.
Different day, different games, Sikandar.
Okay, it's a different game, it's a different day. But we hope, I'm pretty sure that they'll be looking at something in the excess of 150 plus at least. Anyhow, hope you've enjoyed our start to this match 5, and we're now getting into live action very, very soon. Do enjoy it.
The last time these two teams met, a 49 from Bennett.
Beautifully played. That is his area. Fabulous shot on the up.
That's lifted and makes it all the way over the fence for 6.
And a 32-ball 47 from Raza helped Zimbabwe post 162 for 8.
Oh, that's travelled. That's gone.
Banged away. Oh, what a shot.
Evans ended with figures of 3 for 9 from his allotted 4 overs, which helped the island nation slump to 95 all out and remain winless in the competition after the first round.
And he bowls in the Yorker fittingly. It is Evans who hits the stumps. And Sri Lanka bowled out for 95. Zimbabwe with a thumping victory.
Both teams will be looking for a win tonight to cement their place in the final against Pakistan.
Hello, welcome to Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It is Sri Lanka who are taking on Zimbabwe in the KFC presents Big Hotel Mobile Tri-Nation Series 2025. Match number 5. A very important game for Sri Lanka especially. It is a knockout game for them. If they don't win this, they're out. They won't make it to the final on the 29th. Pakistan already qualified, 3 wins out of 3. Zimbabwe with 1 win. Sri Lanka yet to get off the mark. They ideally want to win the last couple to ensure that qualification for the final. Sri Lanka with game faces on. They know how important this game is. It's not been a happy tour for them in terms of white ball cricket. But Zimbabwe, they know they've got a chance. A direct qualification, win this and straight into the final for them. Well, it is the same pitch that featured in the match number 1. Zimbabwe getting 147. Pakistan chased in the last over. So a difficult pitch to bat on. Need to graft through. Now, Ramiz Raja, he caught up with a couple of players earlier.
Janet, thank you for your time. How's the tour been so far for you?
Well, it hasn't been really good for us, but we want to bounce back by winning this game. We are really confident. So we could do with a win today.
I mean, it's a tough gig, you know, playing in Pakistan against Pakistan, for example. But your knock against them was pretty special, 41 not out. More of the same, I guess, today and moving forward in this Tri-Nations?
Well, obviously, playing Pakistan in Pakistan is really hard. But they are a really good side, even when they're playing in Sri Lanka also. So credit should go to them, the way they played. And if I can contribute to my team, that will be good for me and for my team as well.
An all-rounder you are. What kind of an environment you are in right now in the Sri Lankan dugout? Because there are some heavyweights in that dugout. You know, Sanat Jayasuriya is your coach. What are you learning from these guys?
I think we have a really good team and well experienced side, but we didn't do well. But still, there's a lot of things to share among each other. So I think it has been good. It has been really good for us.
That was pretty special against Pakistan, that knock. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I loved it. I didn't enjoy the result, but obviously it was very nice as a batter to spend some time out in the middle, get a few runs behind the belt.
You need to carry that form forward now that you're playing, you know, this is an important contest and then later on Pakistan as well. How are you feeling about the important contests?
Yeah, massively. You hit the nail on the head there. It is a very important game. It's something that we're kind of treating almost like as a semi-final, if it were to make sense. Like you win this game, you're through to the final. You lose, then we don't kind of know what other results will play out. But what we can control is how we go towards today, going through our processes and making sure we put our best foot forward.
Where do you think you guys are lacking? Is it the execution bit or is the approach? I mean, or playing spin in the middle phase of the innings?
It's a good question. I think every game that we've played, they've kind of produced their own challenges in their own way. There's been times where the seamers absolutely nailed it in the first game, even the second game, especially against Sri Lanka, and then maybe not quite as good in the last game. But then there were games where we did really well against Sri Lanka with the bat, and then obviously fell short in the last game in the middle period. So each game has kind of produced their own challenges and faults, but you know, that's what it's about. It's about learning, processing and adapting to it.
My last question, in T20Is, I guess the theme is to be a floater with the bat. And if you're running in good form, there's this case of you being promoted up the batting order. I mean, I feel that, you know, you need to bat more overs for Zimbabwe. What do you think about that option?
Can I get you into the Zim changing room so you can have a word with our coach? No, I'm always pinned down to bat at number 5. Right. And today maybe one down, we'll see. It depends on who we bring into 11 today. But yeah, I think if we always have a good power play, then I will tend to come up a little bit more. Right. But yeah, I like what you're saying. Tell the coach
absolutely.
that.
We like what we saw from you the other day. So congrats and more power to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right early on, the toss happened, and it was Sikandar Raza who won the toss and had no hesitation in batting first. There's been one change for Zimbabwe. Myers in, just strengthening their batting. The bowling's been impressive, especially the seam bowlers have made an impact. Bennett, Moramani and Taylor and Raza, Burl, there's plenty of experience up the order, so they need to grind and make sure they get a total that they can defend. Russell Allen with me, a must-win game for Sri Lanka.
No doubt about it. To stay alive in the competition, because they haven't really given themselves much of a chance in terms of the net run rate as well. 2 changes. Pawan Ratnayaka debut, Mahesh Theekshana is back, replacing Kamindu Mendes, and Vijaykanth Vyaskanth.
The umpire is ready. Rashid Riaz and Asif Yaqub. Matches every other day, so they come thick and fast, but this is the game. Zimbabwe, if they win this, they're directly through to the final. Sri Lanka need to win this.
Oh yes, I think losing the toss was a good thing. Good toss to lose, not because of the conditions, just because of the mindset. Do as you're told, do what's required, and that's what they haven't been doing. Controlling the controllables, execution. Whatever the conditions, trying to make those decisions and stressing yourself out is of no use at this stage where this team is. They have another challenge as well. It's very cold, Bazid, here. Colder than previous days. I was also told there was snow in the mountains not too far away, the Murray Mountains. It is a challenge. You do feel for them, but there's no time for excuses. There's a job to be done. That is to get a result in your favor. That would not guarantee making the finals, because you still have to play Pakistan on Thursday, and most probably win it because net run rate is against Sri Lanka.
To win the tri-series, they probably need to win 3 on the trot. Brian Bennett, he's been a revelation since he's come into international cricket. Very good on the offside. That strike rate is always very impressive, especially for somebody who bats up the order. The left-hander who's impressed in this tri-series. Marumani. His strike rate 128, but does have a few shots and can be a very stabilizing partner with Bennett. Theekshana, he'll feel the call. He'll want to be at his best. Hasn't been at his best in this series so far.
One of the many problems Sri Lanka have had, the reliance on these players and not delivering, is an issue. He's been given the first over just to change the pace. Opening batters like the ball coming on initially. Bennett is that type of player. There's no slip, so slightly on a defensive feel for Theekshana.
First ball. Lovely. That is the way that you want to go. You want to be as close to the stumps as possible. Bennett will give himself room. He's always looking for that offside.
And he knows that. He knows his game. He knows where his runs are, and more often you'll see him giving himself room. That's why you bowl wicket to wicket, as you said, Bazid.
Maybe that's the line, just cramping for room. First run for Zimbabwe, and Bennett into the onside, but probably team meetings and discussions would be about trying to attack that middle stump, maybe even leg stump with Bennett.
Those early wickets, a bit of a spark. Sri Lanka looking, or they need that break. Get that confidence back into them. Just even watching the warm-ups, yes, it's cold, but like to see that extra energy and try and know or feel this is where our win's gonna come from.
Nicely bowled. Talked about the start. The start's so important. Maybe if they don't get a wicket, just keep things under control. Tikshana with the new ball is quite a canny customer. Gets the ball to swing. Has a few different deliveries. Outside edge, oh, just awaits point. And that'll run away to the fence. Bit of luck, but the first boundary.
Mentioned you need a break. You needed something to go your way. Well, they created the opportunity. Needed it to stick. Oh, I think he should have. Got it. The extravagant dive from Ishan Malinga, but if you had one of your better fielders, I'm telling you, he would have taken a couple of steps and gobbled that.
Pull him! Doesn't matter, the one that comes back in. Tikshana strikes in the very first over.
Brilliant, beautifully bowled. He gets through one, the boundary, and the very next delivery, Tikshana. And Sri Lanka really needed that because Tikshana has also been low in wickets. Watch that go in, the angle, it just keeps going. He plays the wrong line. Marumani is gone. We haven't seen that in a while from Tikshana, the celebration. It's gone for 4, Marumani. Zimbabwe are 5 for 1.
And number 3, Dion Myers into the side and batting up the order. A terrific start for Sri Lanka. Just what they wanted. A wicket up front. A slip in place now for Myers. And drifts that back in. So a successful over to start with. It's 5 for 1. All-important game this. One change for Zimbabwe, and that one change, Dion Myers is already in. A surprise move. We haven't seen this before in this tri-series. Dasun Shanaka, captain himself with the new ball, wants to set the tone. The deep long on and a deep square leg in place. Very conscious of the fact that you don't want to give Bennett any sort of room, but interesting decision here. Russell, captain himself.
I like it because in the power play, it's about making sure that the opposition doesn't get away. The ball's not swinging. Get through a couple of overs here, and you're holding back your attacking weapons when the field is spread. You got Chamira, you got Malinga as seamers.
Oh, seams back in. A little bit of movement.
And this is getting a job done. They've already got a wicket. If you can get another and make sure that the opposition haven't got that start that they would want, it puts you in a good position. It puts you in a position to choke the opposition in the middle overs. So Shanaka started off well. He's done this role before. And yeah, it's come with a different thought process. Shanaka today.
Big single. And a lovely delivery from Tikshana.
A gentle in-swinger. Playing the wrong line. Marumani dismissed by Tikshana in the previous game as well. He was caught and bowled. Nasan Shanaka's used himself in the power play before, but sharing the new ball, that is either the first or second over. This is the second time in his career. But he's come out there trying to do certain different things to spark his team. And so far, very good, Bazid. You have to agree.
Well, it is the flicker-free moment for Sri Lanka, and also if you download the flicker-free app, now you get the insurance that you need on your fingertips. The first 4 deliveries, just 1 run, and he's been attacking the stumps. He's very conscious of not giving either these batters any sort of room outside off. Again, roundabout, maybe leg stump even.
Yeah, mentioned it's a holding role. It's not about blasting the opposition out. Get through this over for 2 or 3. You're building pressure. It's a different type of game. It's not the flattest of pitches, but its spinners will play a part. There's a bit of turn. We've seen it on this pitch, hence it's more of a grind.
And can they do that holding role for a period of time? Your team couldn't last night, but Sri Lanka might well. That is hit down the ground. On the up, he's very good driving. Yes, the boundary threw mid-off. 11 for 1.
This is just a good shot. Watch what he does. Front foot towards mid-on. He's created the body angle, which is giving him width. He knows his game. Brian Bennett.
Taylor, Sikandar Raza, Raza and Burl. There is experience and power in that middle order. But for that to happen, they need a setup. They need a partnership up front.
Yeah, get them in early. Get the experience in early.
Nicely bowled now. It's been conscious from Sri Lanka to be very straight through this attack. We've seen a lot of deliveries just around about their middle and leg stump line. So far it's worked quite well. Tikshana. His deep fielders are a long on and a deep square. Drives through the offside. Anything on that off stump. It seems that that's the easy shot. Boundary through point.
That's a really good shot. There you go. He goes to that 5th off stump. Away. Throws his hands at it. Little wristy, which helps him carve it. They're finding the boundaries, Zimbabwe. They're finding ways.
This time down the ground. Bank Alphala. With Bank Alphala's 1100 plus branches, open your current account from your nearest branch to enjoy various free services. Earn Orbit rewards for maintaining or growing your balance. Push down the ground. But is a surface, remember this was the surface used in that very first game of the Tri-Series. 147 Zimbabwe got. Pakistan chased it down, albeit in the last over. So it's not a very simple surface to bat on. So maybe you can give yourself a little bit of time and grind your way through. Set it up for the middle order. Bowl him! This time beats the outside edge. Tikshana with a second wicket.
Yeah, you were right. You got to set it up. Set the foundation right for the others to come out and take the bowlers on. But if Sri Lanka keep doing this, Zimbabwe will not be able to express themselves the way they would like. Top of off, he changed the field. Mid-wicket went to backward square leg, changed the line. Just a little bit of seam movement away and Dion Myers is cleaned up. He's got 6. Zimbabwe are 17 for 2.
Brendan Taylor into bat in the 3rd over. Tikshana with attacking bowling, attacking the stumps. He's bowled 2 players, 2 for 12. Zimbabwe 18 for 2.
That's the first one. Both batters, when you look at the replays, they've just played the wrong line. 2 different types of deliveries. One a bit of an off spinner, the other a flick of the finger. And bang. Tikshana amongst the wickets is a good sign for Sri Lanka.
Very happy. Zimbabwe in a spot of bother now. Brendan Taylor hasn't had a great Tri-Series. A huge appeal. He did walk across.
I don't think they're going to get it if they go upstairs, if at best. That would be clipping leg stump and won't get enough. Won't get enough to overturn it. It's been signalled a leg by 2. Shanaka with his 2nd over, getting through these overs at this stage. He's got 100 since coming back into the team, 123 against Botswana in the African qualifiers, and that amounts to 51% of his runs. That's in the air, but in front of square. The fielder gets to it. He's done well. He's kept it in. I think that's Kamil Mishara. Long way to run. Did he get rid of it just in the nick of time?
He did it extremely well, running full tilt. Takes a brilliant catch, but yeah, steps on the skirting, so that'll be 6.
Yep. All the hard work for nothing for Kamil Mishara. A good 25-meter sprint, did so well. First 6 of the innings to Bennett.
Drags his leg side again. Just a single. Nissanka just changing it up. Really digging it in short, but Bennett was up to it. He didn't get all of it, but chance in the deep. He did extremely well. We're so used to these catches on the fence, the awareness of the boundary line. We're slightly disappointed that he actually trod on to the skirting. Wants a single, does so. Big Hotel Mobile, the official mobile handset partner.
A lot better from Sri Lanka though, the energy in the field. This is what you'd like to see.
Trying to get that through the offside, but it's a change of pace, so not much to work with for Bennett.
Looks a good pitch, does. Ball coming on, there really doesn't seem to be any deviation. International cricket in 2025. Brian Bennett, second on that list. Also keep an eye on that average, which is pretty good. Very good, in fact. Pakistan's captain also on that list.
Another slow one. This time the timing's perfect. Off the back foot. Probably the best shot of the night so far. Boundary to end the fourth. It is 31 for 2.
If it's not a good pitch, you're not playing these type of shots. He's always got that base, hangs leg side. Waits and waits, bang, punches it into the gap. There's a reason why you're consistent. There's a reason why you score runs all the time. Brian Bennett, not the prettiest, but effective.
A couple of wickets for Sri Lanka, but Bennett just getting into the rhythm of his innings. Now what Zimbabwe want is Taylor to get into the swing of things. Turns it leg side, straight to the man. Inverex, Pakistan's smartest hatchback EV, Inverex Zio, charge fast and drive smart. Now, Taylor hasn't been able to breach 50 yet in this, breach 20 yet in this tri-series. Works his leg side, wants 2, but nicely done in the deep. For Zimbabwe, very important that their middle order, the experienced middle order, comes to the party. This is a big game for Zimbabwe. They win this, they'll go directly into the final. If they don't, they still have a chance, but they'll be then looking at the game on Thursday and wait for that result to be able to ascertain if they can get to the final or not. But important. Oh, walks across, risky, but it comes off. Goes down to fine to the fence.
He's such a good player, Brian Bennett. Now and again, he does these type of things, but well aware of what he's doing. Knows Theekshaner's bowling stump to stump. Make sure you don't miss it. He doesn't. It's another 4.
Not that cool, is it, Russ? Works it away leg side. Little pocket, but Deep fielding, the boundary riders are well aware of that.
Third over for Tikshana. All on a good length. Couple of wickets to him, left hand and right hand. Going at the stumps from just outside. Been good, Tikshana. Refreshingly good. Now your thoughts go back to that 46-run, 44-run last wicket partnership against Pakistan. The value of that in giving Zimbabwe a cushion with the net run rate. That makes them more comfortable and more work for Sri Lanka to do.
Not very confident about this Sri Lanka side, are you, Russ? 2 wins out of 2, go to the final directly, no?
They haven't won a game in a long time. 8 losses across formats on the trot. 38 for 2 after 5.
Five overs in Zimbabwe, 38 for 2. Brian Bennett with runs again, 23 of 13, now joined by Brandon Taylor. A change of bowling. Dushmantha Chameera now with the ball. Straight in. Is it straight enough? Yes. Umpire agrees. Chameera, well, he's got one on the very first delivery. Brandon Taylor will have a discussion with Brian Bennett whether they're going to review this. Was it sliding down would be the discussion. He's just reviewed it now. Let's have a look upstairs.
Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be no bat involved. To confirm, I'll try it, please. Yeah, I can see clear gap between ball and bat. Yeah, satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Asif, change your original out decision. You are on screen. Make a signal, please. You are on screen.
Just sliding down the leg side. A bit of movement from Chameera first up. He'll be encouraged by the fact that that slid along and was onto Brendan Taylor pretty quickly. A sigh of relief from Taylor and from the Zimbabweans, having lost a couple of wickets early. And this is the partnership that was repairing things and getting some sort of flow. And for the Sri Lankans, they wanted it all to continue with a wicket taking. Down that leg side again, this time even wider. Not always going to get a great start. Yes, you lose wickets, but can you get back on your way? Important to repair, to still try and keep the board going. And I don't think they'll feel they're too far behind where they might have wanted to be. At just over 7.5 and over currently, Zimbabwe. Nice shot, beautiful. Down the ground and gone for 4.
Really good this, much better. A similar length delivery to which Brandon Taylor closed the face of the bat. The one that was sliding down was reviewed. This time, very good. Full face of the bat. Not trying to overhit it and time down the ground. It's been short of runs in the series and it looked to provide that partnership to Brian Bennett at the other end.
Yeah, one of Zimbabwe's finest white ball players, actually, Brendan Taylor, and coming back after a long time. I think maybe trying to kind of still find his feet again, having seen it all before. And there's just a slight tentativeness. This is looking from a distance away, where I get a sense anyway that he's a little unsure, and maybe it is getting accustomed once again to the pressure of the highest level. In the scores that he's got since his return, he's got a big score in one game, and that was against Botswana. And it was about qualification, so yes, there are the pressures of that in itself, with Zimbabwe having missed out a couple of times in such tournaments. So yes, there's that, but over here, ever so slightly different. As I say, look at the numbers, look at his record, and is one of Zimbabwe's finest. But he's got to get back on the horse, so to speak. And I guess at 39, you're sort of on notice. Nobody will tell you, but you probably feel it yourself, because time waits for no man. A very interesting story. Second chances and all of that. Ouch. I think that might have been his elbow. Just bounced up and gets through him and hits the underside of... Yeah. Let's have a look. So darts back. Yeah. That's what it is. Needless to say, it's a little bit sore.
Normally you talk about the sound of the bat, but oh, there was a bit of a crunch there. There's absolutely no padding there in terms of any flesh. It is direct contact onto bone, right under the elbow. The ball and Chimera's pace just kicking off the surface. Hopefully the magic spray that most often than not fixes anything, Pommy. Weird enough. Might just fix this as well.
Yeah, numbs anything. And the hope is that you can still have the feeling in the hand and he can still carry on. Yeah, it's not just the bouncing of it, actually. It bounces, but it also jags back into him, so is away from bat and gloves and anything, and then gets through somehow to that elbow. Yeah, big ouch. Hello here. Yeah, 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. Someone next to me who's quite confident here.
Your excitement on that. There's a few good hairstyles going around. Not quite sure in the commentary box. Bazid, don't know what he puts in his hair every morning. Those hair of his on his head do not move for me. Have you? I don't know if you've noticed. They're rock solid. Absolutely rock solid.
Magnificent has been Mahesh Theekshana. And prior to this, he's not been at his best. And in a game tonight where They need the win. He has brought out his best at the top of the game. The variations there, you're looking for clues as a batter. Look at the two fingers up and them folded on the left-hand side. Dot ball to finish the power play. 44 for 2.
Marumani and Brian Bennett came out there. A few flew off the edge. That was the first one, and then Tikshana straight into the attack. Failed to pick him up off the surface. And both in terms of timing of the bat, but on that occasion from Tikshana. Off the surface, one came in, one left. Bowled at a fair clip around 98 miles per hour. Since then, 6 boundaries and with the 1-6. That one from Brandon Taylor just prior to the end of the power play. 44 for 2 Zimbabwe. Almost call it in terms of runs. If they take the 44, it's just a loss of the 2 wickets. Zimbabwe now have 27 of 20 in terms of a partnership going. Just feel the first 6 hang in the balance, equal to both sides, I'd imagine.
Yeah, 43 for 3, I think it was in the previous game in the power play, and unable to stop the rot through the middle, kept losing wickets. And what you don't want is that slide where you just keep losing clusters of wickets. And with Sri Lanka bringing bowlers in like the experienced and talented Wanindu Hasaranga, that's what they're trying to do, keep taking wickets through the middle here. Leg buys.
And talk about Wanindu Hasaranga and how difficult, by and large, a lot of batters have found to pick him, especially his variations in terms of the googly that does turn sharply back into the right-hander. Even during this series, during the ODI series versus Pakistan, picked up a lot of wickets with that.
Didn't quite get it. We're going to go with the reverse sweep and get it in that area, but off the middle and away to the boundary. An important period. The spin hasn't been good, the spin period for Zimbabwe. Oh, close, you know, it was close. The finger's gone up. And has reviewed it pretty much straight away. I wonder if it's because he's got bat on it or glove or something.
TV umpire to director. We have a clear review for LBW. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is close to the bat or gloves to confirm ultra edge, please. Yeah, ball is close to the gloves. Copy. Stand by, Rashid. Ultra edge is building up. Roll through. Roll through. Keep rolling. Flat line. Flat line. Satisfied? No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Rashid, change your original out decision. Stand by. You're on screen, make a signal, please.
Yeah, good review. 2 good reviews by Brendan Taylor. And both going down the leg side. Just, he was so far down, actually, and on looking at those replays, you thought, oh, if it's not turning in towards them, the stumps, then it's not going to hit him. Yep, nicely done. And on the partnership goes.
spoke about earlier, the fact that the opening pair were struggling to pick up Tikshana in terms of the delivery out of the hand. Very difficult because he bowls it around 100k. So if you're picking it off the surface, more often than not, you're late. Similar to Hasaranga, I thought Vanindu Hasaranga bowling that googly to Taylor. Taylor had actually picked that, playing it with the ball, turning in, big stride forward as well.
Yeah, bowls a lot slower though. You look at the paces he's bowled here, they're 79, 80, very slow. And the KFC flip the bucket challenge. All you have to do is flip the KFC bucket and wear it on your head as fast as you can. And the winner? Shot. That's nicely played. It's in the gap and it's away for 4. Much needed. And 50's up. 52 for 2.
Now once again, very quick to pick up the length. Hitting it in front of square. He's tried that a couple of times now, and this one to good effect. 35 of 26, the partnership, and now building nicely. More importantly, applying pressure back onto the prime wicket taker for Sri Lanka.
$52 for 2, and good signs of this partnership, Bennett and Taylor. And Taylor just getting going, those sweep shots to the spin will kind of mess with their lengths, and he's backing himself to make contact. Here's Nissanka. Oh, off the bottom of the bat. It was going otherwise.
The one thing that looks good today is we spoke about the middle phase of the game where Zimbabwe just seemed to crumble out of the power play. Let's revisit that LBW DRS. Very well taken by Brandon Taylor. It was on field. Rashid Riaz felt it was going on to hit the stumps. Soon after, the umpire had to do a similar sign to revert his decision. It was missing the stumps. I just found that today, like the approach from Zimbabwe out of the power play, both Taylor and Bennett continuing to play their shots, in particular to the spinners. So not only trying to they're not looking to hang out in the middle and just sort of play the spin away. They're playing their shots today. So middle phase, keeping up with the scoring rate, not allowing that spin in tandem to settle.
Oh dear, he's gone for the lap shot and pulled it onto his own stumps. Oh man, whacks himself on the pad as he walks off because he'll know it was needless. A breakthrough for Sri Lanka, rather gifted to them.
Yeah, watch his reaction here. That just sums it up for Brandon Taylor. One of the easier wickets the Sri Lankan captain will ever have. Taylor goes for 14, Zim 53 for 3.
$53 for 3 brings Raza to the middle. Off the mark straight away. Probably the best that Brendan Taylor's looked actually this innings. And yes, there were a couple of LBW shouts, but struck it that little bit better and seemed better in terms of the body language. And then he'll He'll question himself there. He'll probably still be questioning himself up there in terms of the decision is made to go for that shot. Tough going getting back. Nice shot. Well fielded. Very well done. Nobody back there would have gone for 4. Another look at this wicket.
Yeah, he's so far outside the off stump. Also the pace of Nissanka, not as quick as Chamira. He's gone under the pad behind Taylor and clips it back on the stumps.
Yeah, 8th over, not the way to go. 18th over, you don't blame him for doing that with the field as is, because the shot is on and he's trying to maximize. But they were building, and just in a phase where they were building quite well there. 56 for 3. Eight overs gone, 56 for 3. Must form another partnership. Having to restart just kind of slows things down. They were up at 7.5, and you thought with the partnership forming it might just kick on and once again take control. So wicket taking ability in the middle of the game just keeps stalling the progress of your opposition as they try to take control.
Just another example of that as well, in terms of trying to pick Hasaranga. Sikandar Raza proactive at the crease, missing in line.
You're gonna have a mandatory concussion check there.
Protocol, it has to be done. Even if it's a gentle nudge on the lid, we gotta make sure you're okay.
I think that hit him on the... Did it hit it on the head?
Personnel out there probably for that reason. Not the time to joke around. What is your name, mister? Count backwards for me.
Do you know what I think the most difficult question is when it comes to these, when teams are on tours and they're going from venue to venue? What's your room number?
Brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, just a knock on the grill from the ball coming back up. Well, Pami, concussion protocols weren't part when you were playing, but surely there would have been a question that have come to your mind. Always up to cheeky stuff.
That's well hit. That is a fantastic shot. It wasn't that short, you know. And he's gone deep into his crease, Raza, and larruped that for 4.
He's very good with that. Nimble on his feet, so moves around quickly. It's dropped it short. And it's really packed a punch on this Sikandar Raza. There were 2 fielders on the boundary. He's hit it hard.
Just 1 for that one. He generally will look to try and dominate Raza. Pakistan's leading home appliances brand automatic washing machine. Magic of one touch. Super Asia. 61 for 3. The physio, Dr. Mato Machikicho, is a runner. He's doing more running today. He's going to be fit by the end of this one, or tired.
What is that? 2 gentle nudges and 2 deliveries now? Yeah, once again, just making sure this time Brian Bennett is okay. Raza was knocked on the lid a little while earlier, and this is why the team physio is out there. Hello.
Ishan Malinga into the attack. Slingy operator. Oh dear. It's a good shot. It was straight to cover. But on the practice pitches, it's just gone off those foot marks. And Nissanka is quite fortunate that doesn't take his face off. It's gone for 4.
It's a very tough one, this. When they skid off that barren practice turf, it's hit hard into the surface from Sikandar Raza, right out of the middle of the bat. Now watch this, it's just awkwardly taken off. He's lucky he's not a tall man there, Nissanka.
Bowled. Oh, comes back at you and rushes back at you off the surface. There's Malinga. He'll take a bye.
I've seen that a few times now. Chamira got one to just dart back in off the surface. Shanaka got one, now Malinga as well. I was out there with the pitch report when Baz gave me an entire sermon about I don't know what. Asked me a science question about dew point. I don't know what he was on about.
You don't listen, Aruj. You gotta listen.
Hey, it is a gift, but not always. But there were definitely some sort of mosaic pattern, a little bit of cracks. Remember, it is a surface that was used just the once, exactly a week ago for that game. Not a typical pindy surface is what it is. That means the ball might just do something, because normally what we see is absolutely flat, pristine, shining surfaces. This one, not similar. So those cracks may be just causing that deviation of the surface we've seen. And more importantly for the quicks, it's from the middle of the stumps.
Yeah, and it's dry. So walking out there and looking at it, and you and Baz standing there, everyone sort of turns up and goes, oh, has there been any water put on here? You know, and first thing you say is no. And so batting first, probably smart idea, and the expectation that the pitch comes into play. I mean, it's only 40 overs. So perhaps not. That would probably have been the thinking of Sikandar Raza. And there was also that difficulty early on in the tournament with the match that was played on there. So in terms of numbers and what you're trying to put on the board, you're probably thinking 150, 160 rather than sort of 175, 185. Nicely bowled, good length that. Halfway then, 68 for 3 Zimbabwe. And time for a drink.
I don't drink tea, I drink coffee with no sugar.
It's not a bad start. 3 wickets down for 68. Brian Bennett once again showing his prowess as young kid on the block for Zimbabwe. Raza is on 12 and he holds the key to Zimbabwe's success with the bat.
Yeah, back of a length, there's movement, there's a bit of extra bounce. And that's the length the Zimbabwean fast bowlers like. They're taller, they'll get more steep bounce. So when you see factors like this, the experienced batters, Brian Bennett, now he's in, need to assess how much they need for their bowlers. That's the key here.
Also the technique, I mean, you've got to be looking to play that one off the hip rather than making room and trying to play it through the offside. So there's a mixture of both, actually. Good bowling the ball, cutting back into the stumps, and the batsman not really on top with the technique. Here we go again, Chamira, none for 6.
Now the first over of pace from the far end. Sri Lanka have opted to start with Tekshan, and then it was Hasaranga who replaced him. Another bonus factor that Sri Lanka have managed to get through at this stage is 3 overs of the 5th bowler. A weak link for Sri Lanka.
Oh, that is a smash. That really is carved beautifully. What an exciting shot that is. Absolute power behind that drive.
Now, this is how you play T20 cricket. We were highlighting a few challenges, but then you pick up what you can put away. There was a bit of width. He throws his hands at it. That's great awareness. In the previous over, there was one fuller. You hit it away. Pounce on any opportunity. Really, really good play from Sikandar Raza.
He trained to be a fighter pilot, and then there was a technical hitch, so he gave up flying, but you can make out the kind of reflexes that he possesses, especially at the crease. Once again, a nice shot. Different angle this time executed, straight over the bowler's head.
Chamira changes his length. Sikandar Raza, very obvious the way he's at his crease, way he's standing out there. He's looking for a couple of deliveries. The fuller one and the one with a bit of width. He's got a plan. So does Bennett. That's why they're amongst the runs. Chamira being put under some pressure by Zimbabwe's captain. 10 overs to go. 9 and over 160. That'll be a good score. Your bowlers are in the game.
He doesn't need that. All he has to do is to make sure that he organizes himself at the crease by playing some, regular shots. This was a real slog, a very chancy attempt at playing the pull shot. Right, Pakistan, buckle up. It's about Nilofer that's releasing on the 28th of November. Features Fawad Khan and Mahira Khan.
Free day rummies. Are we headed there?
We could. I don't know where it's playing, but it's been well advertised. Yeah, nice. Beautifully played through the offside, making room and playing it smack out of the middle of the blade. This is excellent batting. This really is impressive stuff from Raza.
Very full. Mid-off is in the circle. That's why he's standing leg side-ish. This is awareness. And the ability to improvise ever so slightly.
Didn't try to hit the ball hard also. It was just about timing it. Found the gap. Absolutely switched on. Zimbabwe skipper, 22 of 17. Once again, trying to play that one through the offside. Got stuck a little bit on this occasion. 78 for 3. 79 for 3. It's kind of a smooth sailing for Zimbabwe. They've been jolted once or twice, but generally they've looked quite all right. Partnership of 26, and it's an important one. Bennett is well settled, as is Raza.
They can go from here. There's Raza and Burl to come. His contribution the other day has made things easy for Zimbabwe. 44 for the last pair. Think of the net run rate. How much more pressure on Sri Lanka that was. We've been talking about this length for the fast bowlers to keep peppering. Batters unable to do much. But the boundaries are when you bowl fuller or when you go short. That's when there's opportunity. Or you offer width. Wicket to wicket. It's that type of pitch. So many cracks, rummies. And hence, you'd expect it to be slightly up and down. Something's got to happen. And we're seeing that. So the fast bowlers just need to stay there and thereabouts.
And taken at mid-off. And he'll be thoroughly disappointed. Sikandar Raza was shaping up so well. Nissanka takes the catch. It's a safe pair of hands. And I believe it's a no ball, so it's been called back. This is pretty tragic for the Sri Lankans.
Oh dear, oh dear. Can you believe it? They get a break in terms of a football, not a football, a full toss. Hit straight to the fielder, and Ishan Malinga has overstepped. No doubt about it. It's a big one. A big step and a big miss. Good thinking. The thought process of Sikandar Raza right. It was just a bit of the execution. But he's got a break. He's earned it.
Bowl it wider. When such is life, the W changed into a NB. Wicket to no ball.
Gets away with the free hit. Well, it's confirmed. T20 World Cup coming up in February. Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe will feature in the same group, along with Australia, Oman and Ireland.
That's more like it. I think he doesn't like that length very much, Sikandar Raza. It's been given as a wide, so there's a cushion, which is a tough one for the bowlers, because that's a legitimate wicket-taking option for a bowler, especially on a surface like this. But as we were earlier recalling, wicket to wicket gets you the ticket.
Kusal Mendis being just a little bit cheeky there. Sikandar Raza ducked, wandered down the pitch. Just in jest, Mendis throwing the stumps down.
There's extra fielder there on the leg side now. Square leg, mid-wicket, long on. Probably another short one. That's flicked quite nicely. Straight to the fielder.
Well, Pakistan, guess who they play in their group? USA. Netherlands. Super Saf. Premium detergent powder. Good stuff. Namibia and rummies. India.
That's a really good delivery. And it's misfield. It's been kind of hit and miss so far for the Sri Lankans. A couple of decisions have not gone their way, courtesy DRS. Wicket taken, but off a no ball. Nice tail back into the stumps. That's good running, good cricket. He called off straight away after playing that drive. Pitched a single from mid-off.
Brilliantly bowled. He stands deep in his crease in terms of the back foot. But it's about him holding his position, his base, to play the shots that he's comfortable with, Brian Bennett. That's how he scores his runs.
That's a misfield. Yeah, told you earlier, it's been that kind of a day for the Sri Lankans in the field. Bit of hit and miss, 85 for 3.
Mentioned the clumsiness in the field, a bit of skibidi. If you let it creep into the game, you could end up being very delulu.
Yeah, skibidi, by the way, is a new word that's been accepted at the Oxford English Dictionary. Yeah, I mean, that was a nothing delivery. That stood low, but there's no real magic behind it, no real force behind that delivery from Hasaranga. And Clubbard absolutely laid into that off the back foot.
That's what skibidi means, doesn't it? Nothing. Bit of nothing. Almost bouncing twice from Hasaranga. The last 3-4 overs is where they've gotten a little clumsy in terms of fielding.
Well, it does the job this time. The ball stayed low and he's off for his favorite celebrations, and he's picked up a big one here, because are they checking? I think it's a genuine wicket, so that's good for Sri Lanka. Bennett is done. 34 of 26 he got.
Well, I think they should check, because every time they've checked, the decision has come back in favor. He's hit wicket, actually. He's not bowled. He's hit his stumps. We've mentioned how deep he sits in his crease. So no wonder he didn't wait. He knew that he's crashed his stumps with his bat. Damage to the bat. Brian Bennett makes the long walk back. Was looking good. 34 of 26, 89 for 4 Zimbabwe.
Raza and Burl is in, left-hander. Played a very impressive innings against Pakistan. But this was absolutely self-inflicted. Yeah, I mean, he really went back and had no idea where he was in terms of the stumps. Zingers were off. It's a massive hit wicket. And there's an earlier sort of a shot that he had played of, you know, trying to defend a Yorker where he had gone really back in the crease.
Only the second Zimbabwean batter to be dismissed hit wicket. Wesley Madavera was the other.
Sharp spin would have missed the stumps. Just a polite inquiry, nothing more than that. More out of frustration. 89 for 4. The pace is good from Zimbabwe, 89 for the loss of 4. They've lost a wicket too many. They have to redig and restart the innings through another solid partnership. This is an exciting pair for Zimbabwe, Burl and Raza.
Seven overs remain very, very important from Sri Lanka's point of view. They need to stay alive. 18 over 145.
That's a good ploy against a guy who really is dead keen on hitting the long ball, the boundary ball. Just vary the pace, and he's got serious pace as well. Chamira can be slippery, so from slippery to medium pace, that last ball at 127 kilometers an hour. Oh, that is crashed, absolutely crunched for 4. He's batting beautifully. Every time there's a little bit of whiff, he's causing a lot of pain to the Sri Lankan bowler and skipper.
There you go, giving himself room because he's trying to hit it straighter, because that's where the boundaries are. Look at mid-off in the circle. Very powerful. I get the impression he reckons they need more than 160, 170. His approach in the last few overs has been quite powerful indeed.
Got this great ability to tame any opposition. Sikandar Raza on the day is a match winner. The computer is working. He's a tremendous T20I player. And he's led them so well with both bat, ball and 6 hitting mission. The Zimbabwe captain, most runs for Zim, 102 wickets, second most, 132 sixes, most for Zim again, 19 MOMs, one-man army. Oops. Hit his elbow, but he lost his footing. Yeah, he was rock solid against Pakistan. 67 not out he got. Plenty of 4s and 6s in that knock. Undone by another slow ball. Variation from Chamira. It's working well.
Look at how early he had played. Winded, I think he went down in a very awkward manner. You were talking about Sikandar Raza, and most often it's under pressure that he has to perform, back against the wall.
Hits him again with a slow ball. Time for Tapal tea. Let's go to the lounge. It's a lovely setup lounge. And so Tapal tea moment, Pakistan's very best. Most popular tea brand in Pakistan. where are the areas of interest for Sikandar Raza? So it's a well spread out field on the leg side. Fine and third, both in the circle. There's a short point in place as well. So can he play the ramp, the reverse? Shamira is quick, but that'll be taking a lot of risk. Yeah, it's a drive that is played in the gap. Running is good. Extremely well run. 97 for 4.
Pleasant days in Rawalpindi and very, very cool nights.
.97 for the loss of 4. Zimbabwe looking good. Can they end on a high though? What will be enough for Zimbabwe's bowlers? 150, 160?
Where Sri Lanka have batted? Probably 140. 95 and 128 is what they've managed in the tournament. Off the bat, 205. Different game. They know.
Just got to be careful around Hasaranga. This is his last over and he's the wicket-taking option for Zimbabwe. And so if this partnership is uncoupled, who knows, Zimbabwe may just falter and fall flat on their face.
And that's why Hasaranga is bowling at this stage. He's got through his bowlers pretty well today. Dasun Shanaka opened with himself and Theekshana.
Oh, that is magic. That really is a great 6. Challenging Hasaranga, who's been Sri Lanka's very best. 100 comes up as a result of that blistering 6. Great batting.
Good use of the feet. Up to now, they've been looking to play him off the back foot. But bang! Charges down the wicket. Only the second 6 of the innings for Zimbabwe.
Topish and taken. Kusal Pereira takes the catch. It's a neat one. It's a mighty great blow for Sri Lanka because Sikandar Raza has been removed from the scene, and well, this is what was expected of Hasaranga, to provide Sri Lanka with another solid platform. The partnership is gone. Sikandar Raza, more importantly, is gone as well. His life cut short, but not such a great shot.
Yep. Not all the time, not all the time. I got a bit of wow in me as well, Hasaranga, because he saw him coming, he knew he'd come, bowled it wide and slower. Sikandar Raza though, 37 of 29, and Zimbabwe 104 for 5.
One of 4 for the loss of 5 in 14.3 overs. It's that stage of the game where you need a set batsman out there to take the attack to the opposition right till the end. Tashinga Musikiwa, 36 matches, good decent strike rate.
3 balls remaining in Hasaranga's spell, and I like what he's trying to do. You mentioned if they get a wicket here, they can go through Zimbabwe quickly. That short leg's in place. Search. Hasaranga is a weapon.
Sri Lanka on the attack. That is clever bowling because he's shown him the short leg fielder, but bowler leg spinner. Normally with that field set, that fielder close to the bat, you expect a googly, but This was just a little bit extra and unnecessary from Sikandar after tonking him for a great 6. He's lost his wicket.
Last ball of his spell. 2 for 23 to Hasaranga. It just feels they need a little bit more here, I reckon. That's what I gathered by his approach in batting.
And a very good over in the end from Hasaranga. He finishes his 4, 2 for 23, 104 for 5.
Zimbabwe 104 for 5 in 15. Will look to make as many as they can in the last 5. But at the moment, Sri Lanka have the upper hand. Saranga's picked up 2. Skipper's got 1. He's coming to bowl out his spell. Raza and Burl got a quick fire 67 in the previous game against Pakistan a couple of days ago. Be it Zimbabwe did go down in that game by 67 runs, but he did play some really good strokes in that innings. Off the mark, nicely played into the leg side. Zimbabwe have batted twice, first that is, in the competition. 147 against Pakistan, 162 versus Sri Lanka, which the second game that they did win. 67 not out of the 49 in the previous game for Raza and Burl. Should be a couple. Pommy Amangwa alongside Pommy. Every time Zimbabwe's looked to construct a partnership, Sri Lanka struck back.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. Let's have a look at some of these shots that were played by Raza and Burl in his 67 not out. Lost cause, but signs of what he can do should there be a platform and he allowed to finish at the back end. There you go. Lovely shot. That's a fabulous hit for 6. Continuing where he left off, Raza and Burl.
I saw a similar stroke in that 67-run innings as well. He just holds the shape so nicely in terms of the balance on impact. Just gives himself a little bit depth into the crease. Gets good runs. Was aware that Shanaka had fine up in the ring. The line slightly on the stumps. An excellent pickup shot. Slashes hard, just away. Just away from the diving third fielder. So 6 followed by a boundary.
Forces it away. Raza and Burl always slashing and trying to get it high and away from those 2 fielders with the knowledge that they're in rather than back. And he gets the desired result, away for 4. 14 off the over with the delivery to go. So a good one this for Zimbabwe.
Section's now fallen straight back down the ground, so the length might be slightly fuller from Shanaka. And it is a bit of a swing and a miss to end. Good over for Zimbabwe, 14 off, 118 for 5.
I'd be disappointed if misses that. Goes slightly across it rather than down the ground. It's just a cross seam full pace delivery, and it was in the slot. Just loses his shape, perhaps trying to hit it really hard. Raza and Burl. Sri Lanka will be happy. They've got wickets. 5 for 1, 17 for 2, 53 for 3, 89 for 4, and 104 for 5. It's regular wicket taking. And the partnerships, as you alluded to, Aruj, just as they start to form, then a wicket falls. If you're looking at this innings, you'd probably say that little bit better from sort of game 1 and game 2 for Zimbabwe. But like we said, maybe of Taylor at the beginning, you really want to ensure that the thinking is correct in the way that they construct the innings. Risk taken at the right times and not for the sake of taking risk. And yes, your general option that you'll go to is an aggressive one in this format, but it still has to be put together properly.
How about in the meantime, we put Vigotel selfie moment together. Plenty of smiles. Getting really cold in Rawalpindi. Supporters have still come out to watch this contest.
Nice shot that onto that onside. And I'll try and clarify what I'm saying with regard to Zimbabwe's batting performances. And sometimes what can happen is you might look at outcome and think that everything's okay or everything is all bad. What you've got to look at is the process, the thinking. And errors in execution will happen. You lose wickets. It happens in the game. That's part of the game. But for the most part, if the thinking is correct and the methodology is correct, you will execute correctly on days and you'll get to, more often than not, what is a decent total. But if you're giving your opposition a chance by taking risks against the wrong players, the danger players, and at the wrong times in the game, then you're hampering yourself.
And against top quality or better quality sides, that intensity level or that clarification, thought process, decision making just has to be a little bit more astute. And for longer periods, as 20-run partnerships could turn into good 40-run partnerships, makes all the difference. And then in that, you've got platforms towards the backhand as opposed to trying to save the game. Good over from Tikshana to close out his spell. 17 done, 122 for 5. Three overs left in the first innings here. Zimbabwe opting to bat first. 122 for 5. Another partnership brewing. Ishan milling a couple of overs. They've bowled well, the seamers, collectively as a group for Sri Lanka. And it's showed in the rewards in terms of wickets picking up regular intervals. And obviously not allowing, because of that, to Zimbabwe, for Zimbabwe to fly away with the scoring. Good running, really good running. Tight 2.
Yeah, they've been pretty good today, Sri Lanka. Good clusters. You look at those many hitting the stumps, and also in terms of the line on the stumps, whether it's above them or right on them. And what you don't want to do is give room for easy shots to be played. Good intensity up at the front, even though there were early wickets from Tikshana, but then a little partnership formed, and they ensured that they didn't just give away freebies and kept the pressure on Zimbabwe.
Must-win game for both sides. Zimbabwe win, they qualify for the final on the 29th against Pakistan. Sri Lanka win, and then they keep their hopes alive.
I like the pressure of that. I think it's important. It's impossible to simulate. You'll say as you practice that you want to ensure that you put pressure on yourself and you practice like it is the game. And you've got to try and get in that sort of mindset. But you can't ever really say, okay, we're in a must-win game, because however you might try, that's impossible to make real. Awesome slower ball. Changed in the fingers there as it goes up, and it's not easy to do. Ball can slip out of your hand. Didn't pick it at all. Distraught. Excellent bowling. He bowls at the back end of the game, generally, Isham Malinga. And with that sling following in the footsteps of the legend. No relation, by the way. And by and large shows good control, goes round the traps playing in various leagues and does a top job. So at the end of the game here, he's not so easy to just get away.
It's his go-to shot, and he executes perfectly once again. First 4 deliveries wide outside that off stump, and Raza and Burl decides he's going to make his own length. Skips across to the off stump.
Excellent shot. Gets right inside the line. It's percentage because fine leg is up, and he has to beat fine leg, and if he gets it between the two fielders with deep square leg on the fence, then he'll get a boundary. Important to get into the battle each delivery. He was despondent the ball before, absolutely distraught. But each ball is a new battle, and you could still win it. Critical for Zim here. What a shot that is. That is magnificent. Oh, yes. 4 runs. Beautiful runs. 132 for 5.
This is so good. Just look at that. Evan's almost surprised himself with the elevation he's got on the shot. Always looking to hit it there. There's more almost a whip of the wrist into that leg side. Really good in terms of closing the over out of back-to-back boundaries. Just giving Zimbabwe a little bit more hope with the bat. 132 for 5. Smiling away is Raza and Burl. 26 off 20, but more importantly, some really fine stroke making out there in the middle. Toying with the field almost while he's out there.
Yeah, good tools. You look through it, and they're good tools on offer.
That's a good nut to bowl. Really good from Chimera. It's a figure-free moment for the crowd and for yourself. Download the app and you have all the insurance you need on your fingertips.
Much worry from Sakiwa with that ball, though. Beauty of a nut. Speared in at the feet and right on the mark in terms of the length.
Especially with the way Raza and Burl is striking it, he'd probably want to get down on strike. 10 deliveries left in the piece. Sikawa gets one through his feet. The previous one, this one right up there in the block hole. Gets his bat just down in time. Maybe he's done some damage to a piece of equipment in his hand. But he want to get down the other end, get Raza and Burl back on strike.
Yeah, I asked about him, Tashingam Sekua, and let's take a pause for a Tapal tea moment. Yeah, lovely. In the Tapal tea lounge, garam garam chai. In this cold, much needed. Yes, and I asked about him, young Tashingam Sekua, and it's baptism of fire. Turn up and at the highest level, try and do what they think you can. Kind of a bit of a wild card pick because of his talents, and finding it very difficult. A word of support there from Raza and Burl. And what he's learning is that it's not really about your boundary hitting, but it's what's in between. Because you're not just going to get boundary balls, you almost have to make them by what pressure you put on your bowler.
Because in turn it becomes the opportunity that Raza and Burl, who's set, who's striking better, could have had. And in that, looking for the boundary, you know, on turning the strike over in terms of ones and twos. For instance, this over, Chameera has just been hit for just the one in the first 4.
The difficulty for the team is what it then does to Burl, because Burl must now look at the 2 balls that remain, and instead of thinking of just this ball, he's thinking of the whole situation of the innings and might try and do too much with 1 ball.
Will be just the 1. That what product in terms of the result of the over. The 3 dot deliveries and a couple of singles, and Musikiva back on strike.
And kudos must go to Dushmantha Chameera here. He's pulled out Yorker after Yorker and done it brilliantly. But an experienced batter might do something different rather than wait and hope to get a bad ball. And that's the difference in terms of batters who are experienced at international level and one who's trying to find his way. He's got a free hit here. He's got to try and get a boundary. Oh, one's probably not the ideal one here with the 19th over completed. Well bowled, Chameera. It's 135 for 5.
Ishan Malinga to bowl out his spell and the last over in the first piece of the game. Zimbabwe 135 for 5. Perfect result for Zimbabwe. Sikiva gets 1, and more importantly, Raza and Burl on strike.
Wondering about this score actually. 136 currently. See if they can get to about 150. And take some magical hitting from Burl in order to get there. But difficult to gauge in terms of whether it's okay as a fighting total or a long way below par.
This is really good. A Yorker just away from Raza and Burl's arc. Always time that we have for a figure-free moment. Download the app and you have all the insurance you need on your fingertips. So far, the Yorkers have been the insurance for the Sri Lankan quicks. They've been getting it spot on. Field set for the wide Yorker. Oh, he takes him out. Takes the wrong guy out. Ooh, that's gonna sting. That's gonna sting because that potentially maybe even could have been a boundary. Mid-off was up.
Yep, it was going for 4. Mid-off is wide. And he couldn't get himself out of the way. That's how hard it was hit. You have a look at him. Oh, he got no time there. None whatsoever. My goodness. Oh, that's going to be very sore in the morning.
Is it over? Just over mid-off. This outfield very quick. That's a fine effort, but the ball's been dragged into the boundary. Much needed boundary for Zimbabwe. And more importantly, Raza and Burl stays on strike.
Dushan Hemanta is very quick. This is over mid-off, and he starts to backpedal, and look at him stretch his legs there as he goes towards the ball. It's very fast across the ground. It's a top effort. Can't stop it from going for 4 though.
Field stays the same. A couple of deliveries now. A slow one. He looked for 2. Has to run for 2, Raza and Burl. Very good. Comfortable in the end. The importance of having Burl on strike for the last 3 deliveries. 4, 2. Could have been 4 more. Struck his non-striker. Ishan Malinga, 29 for no loss. Mid-off up in the ring. Last couple of deliveries, Raza and Burl just walked across his stumps. Slashes hard. Aerial might just skip into the fence. It does. Fantastic finish from Zimbabwe. 11 of the final over. And they set Sri Lanka 147. Whether that will be enough or not, but Raza and Burl, you bet, has done his job again. 42 of 33, the partnership. Once again, gets the ball to the boundary.
.37 not out from 26 balls. Raza and Burl. Another not out inning, some belligerent hitting once again, and it takes Zimbabwe to 146. In my head, I'm sort of sitting there thinking it can be enough, but I just feel like it's a bit middling. Good bowling from the Sri Lankans, the spinners particularly, but also the seamers who managed to hold a line and make it quite difficult for the Zimbabweans to get freebies to hit away. And they must then come and bat well, and Zimbabwe, if they're to defend 146, I think would have to bowl particularly well. It's in the balance, I reckon, here as we go into the next part of the game, and it's a fight for the points as they try to book a place in that final against Pakistan.
And Sri Lanka will be very happy with this bowling effort. Zimbabwe won the toss, elected to bat. It was important for Sri Lanka to come out and put up that bowling performance. Scorecard, Brian Bennett with runs up the order. No real support from that top order. And then the skipper with 37. Raza and Burl with a quick fire 37 as well to provide a flurry of runs towards the back end, which means Zimbabwe are 146 for 5 in their set of 20 overs. A spin for Sri Lanka, very good. 8 overs between Tikshan and Hasaranga for 46, and more importantly, the 4 wicket amongst them. 1 more to the skipper for the 5 that they picked up. Right then, let's head sidelines to Sikandar Bakht.
Thank you, Ruj. I've got Mahesh Dikshana next to me. Mahesh, what do you make of this surface compared to the others that you played on in this series?
I think this surface is much better than the other wickets that we played. The other wickets are a little low. I think this one is that the ball came nicely into the wickets. I think we bowled really well to put them under 150.
There's a heavy reliance on your spin bowling, especially in that power play with that new ball. Tell me, what's the difference when you get that new ball in hand and then you bowl the remaining overs later on? What changes do you make?
I just trying to bowl wicket to wicket with the new ball, and when I was bowling at the death over, I just had to bowl one with wide and have to bowl the other ones with wickets. But I think it's always compared to the situation, that's how I bowl.
Happy with the score? You managed to stop them at 146. You feel it's pretty gettable on this surface?
Yeah, it is. I think 146 is a very good total. Yeah.
All right, man. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sikandar. Tikshana thinks it's a very good total in terms of them chasing. This is what it is. Sri Lanka required 147 runs at 7.35 runs in over. We'll have the chase on the other side.
Runs on the board for Zimbabwe, and Sri Lanka will need 147 from 120 balls to beat energetic Zim. So glimpses of what happened with the bat for Zimbabwe. Tikshana there hitting the bullseye twice in his first couple of overs. Bowls well with the new ball. He not been able to read the spin. And it usually happens when you're not exposed to top quality sleight of hand spin bowling. Bennett once again was impressive, as was Sikandar Raza. Taylor has had a very iffy time at the crease, not on top of his batting prowess. In the meantime, Sikandar Raza just went through the offside beautifully. It's really on target, hitting the ball sweetly. The ball did keep low at times, but Bennett was hit wicket actually. And then this grand six. And an excellent result for Hasaranga. He came back strongly to scalp him. Yeah, there were good shots played by the left-hander. It really was a powerhouse against Pakistan. Burl with a 65 not out. Some lovely shots, deft touches, some power down the ground. And because of his aggression, Zimbabwe have got runs on the board, and only time will tell whether Sri Lankans are good enough in this cold weather to get over the line. It snowed in Murray, and we're feeling the pinch here in Pindi, Islamabad. Yeah, they need to get off to a good start. Any team would want to do that after putting less than 150 on the board. And Grava, once again, will be the key for Zimbabwe in the first few overs. He's got this ability to bounce the ball on any surface. And we saw the new ball to deviate just a little bit more because of the mosaic kind of surface that we've got here. Plenty of cracks on the surface. Sikandar Raza has been a one-man army for Zimbabwe in a huddle, talking plans, talking game. And Sri Lanka, on the other hand, will be looking for a good start. There's got to be some calmness in this run chase for them, or from them. Need a partnership up front.
Previous game between Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka, it was a new ball that really talked for Zimbabwe. It was swing, it was bounce, they got wickets up front. And that's where they really dented Sri Lanka. They'll want more of the same. Sri Lanka, on the other hand, want to win this game, but also they might just be thinking, yes, if we get a good start, then you can really press on the accelerator, because net run rate might just come into play. Right now, they want points on the board. Right now, they'll be thinking, get through this new ball and just give their side a foundation. They're not won many games, so the start so vital.
Pathun Nissanka has got a very impressive CV, 1750s 100. Strike rate of 125, so if Sri Lanka are to make fist of things, he needs to kick on. They've got to think of winning 3 more matches. This one, then the next one against Pakistan, and then the final, and they can still show their presence in this Tri-Nations. Got to think like that. Kamil Mishara, 11 matches and 25. The average best of 73. Richard Grava. He's tall and he's wicket-taking potential for Zimbabwe. The attempted in-swinging slanted delivery is wasted down the leg side. It's been called wide.
It's the same pitch where Zimbabwe played Pakistan. First game of this tri-series. Zimbabwe got 147 then. Pakistan chased that down in the very last over. Today they've got 146. And it's a slightly better pitch, I feel.
He needs to be given a slip fielder, because some will climb like that off the surface, and if you keep on hitting the hard length, you'll get good results. This was a tough one for the batsman. Really did climb.
Yeah, the new ball has to talk for Zimbabwe. Simple as that. And Grava has been their best bowler. The hard new ball into the surface, extra bounce. seam movement.
Sri Lanka off the mark. In fact, they were courtesy of wide. Certain specialists who do that for your team. If the spinners have to bowl more overs, I'm talking of test match cricket, then from Pakistan it used to be Abdul Qadir who would pick the ball, not the Akrams of the world or the Yunuses of the world. Yeah, 1100 plus branches for Bank Alfla. Open your current account from nearest branch to enjoy various free services and earn Orbit rewards by maintaining or growing your balance. Oh, a little bit of hesitation, but he makes his ground at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, they weren't off straight away, and the fielder from cover wasn't really sprinting in either. There was an opportunity. Everybody was slightly slow there. The running between the wickets, and also the fielding also wasn't as if he charged in. He just sort of ambled through. The throw not great, so overall not great cricket.
Could have underarmed it. Took extra bit of time in releasing the ball. That's an excellent delivery. Shape back into the stumps, this time on target. Some will keep low, some will jump, so you've got to keep an eye, a firm eye on the ball as a batsman. Make sure that you watch it ever so closely.
Grava did got Nissanka out in that previous game, previous encounter. Short ball, cramping him for room.
Missing the stumps. But a good enough delivery to get that appeal from everyone. The Aris timer is on. They're not opting for it. 3 without a wicket. Another tall bowler to operate from the media end. Tino Tenda Mapusa. 14 wickets, 20 matches. Pine and third fielders both in the circle. Gets hit through the mid-wicket area for 4. That's excellent hit. Over pitching on the pads and beautifully maneuvered.
Yeah, missing his length. Just too full. And there's no swing. Normally he gets his ball to swing across the left-hander. That one just carried on and helped away on leg side.
Just got to tighten up here, Zimbabwe. If you're not picking up a wicket, make sure that you make run scoring difficult. That was kind of a throwdown put away through mid-wicket for 4. Another one ball on the pads. Right, surprise, surprise. So where did it pitch? Within the stumps, in line, impact, hitting the stumps, and there's an appeal from Zimbabwe, but not a terrific one, not really appealing for that. Going out of it rather quickly, not out given by the umpire, and if he's looking at the big screen, he'll be bitterly disappointed. Oh, that's a beauty. That really is a top quality delivery. Moved after hitting the length. Batsman was shaping to hit it over mid-on. Yeah, lovely seam position.
That's his natural way. Gets the ball to swing away from the left-hander. And he's gone round the wicket now. Any little bit of movement, any little straightening just gets exaggerated once you create that angle from round the wicket to the left-hander.
Just putting in extra bit of effort, a wasted effort. That's 4 wides, 5 in fact.
A few unforced errors here from Zimbabwe. The DRS review not taken, this one down the leg side, gifting runs. The final couple of overs as well, just 14 they scored, so a passage of play where things not going according to plan.
It can be tough to handle the new ball if you're a rookie and is still making his mark in international circuit. Maposa really went wild down the leg side. Yeah, that's where he needs to be. The Pal Tea Lounge, our very own. No wonder we're getting a dodgy DRS in courtesy. The Hawkeye people are out there sipping tea. What's wrong with you guys? They are never in. A tough one for the keeper also. That ball just absolutely died, scooted along the ground to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, a bit of seam movement, uncomfortable for Taylor. Another run just given away. 13 now Sri Lanka.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he becomes such a good bowler. End of the over, it's 14 without a wicket down. Sri Lanka in need of a wicket here. The ball is shaping around. Brendan Taylor, 18 years, 360-day career. That's gone past the man in the ring for 4 on the pads. It's not happening for Zimbabwe. They've been rather frivolous with their line and direction.
Yeah, just going down leg side. All Nissanka had to do is get bat on it, and that he did. Fine in the circle, so easy pickings.
Smashed, absolutely smashed. picked up the length early and hit it straight.
Yeah, worried look, Sikandar Raza. Just flat batted that, has Nissanka. Not worried about going right back. He just stood tall and smashed it to the fence. Going along rather nicely now with this opening partnership.
That's the problem, because you're looking to be miserly, and every now and then you've seen Zimbabwean bowlers just lose the plot, and so the pressure that you want to exert, it goes for a toss by bowling all over. So you've got to be thinking wickets here. No slip in place. You're at the mercy of the Sri Lankans. Full pitch delivery, didn't time it properly, but still earns him a single. Sri Lanka in need of a win, absolute need of a win to feel good about the Tri-Nations. Five men were on the offside. Clearly, Sama bowled that middle and leg stump line. Hello here. 100% confidence with dandruff-free hair. With that length and the bounce that he's getting, is not going to get batsmen bowled out. I mean, he can through an inside edge most probably, but chances are for the ball to fly in the slip cordon, unless he pitches the ball right up. That'll be not his natural length. His natural length is back of the length. I think Zimbabweans are missing a trick here. Floated it wide, been given a wide.
Interesting now how Sri Lanka approached this. Remember, Sri Lanka need to win this game. And most probably the easiest passage is that they win the next game against Pakistan too, if they want to get to the final.
Pull shot played away nicely into the gap for four. That is such a good shot. In position early and played it away from the two fielders in the deep. This is turning out to be one impressive start from Sri Lanka. 29 without a wicket down.
Yeah, short ball from round the wicket, much easier to pick for Nissanka. And hit it extremely well. Split the gap and got to the fence.
Pakistan with a Q next to its name. Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka vying for honours. Sri Lanka need to win this, and then the next one, and then the next one to win the Tri-Nations. Can still happen. All you need is a one good game for you to feel confident. Evans has been amongst wickets. Different to Angrava because he doesn't hit the length hard. He tries to pitch the ball up.
Does hit the seam though and gets the ball to seam either way, so if he gets his length right, he is a handful, especially with the new ball.
That's bad bowling actually. On the pads, feel Zimbabwe's not properly warmed up to the task. They've been up and down. 3 wickets in his last contest. Sri Lanka, they're targeting the stumps. Bouncer full of length and a bouncer, then a yorker. It's up in the air. Raza, head down. Motors after that one. Pick a free moment. Download now and get the insurance you need on your fingertips. It's not good bowling. Acreage of area to work the ball away into the fence.
Yeah, swings it leg side. And Sri Lanka now just motoring. 5 boundaries. This was the 5th of the innings so far. It is a matter of net run rate. Sri Lanka can really motor and get to this target quickly, say 13, 14 overs maybe. Then they give themselves a little chance.
Quicker one, appeal from the bowler. Keeper is not very reactive, he says no. Right, what is happening? DRS timer is on. Might as well take a punt, take a call. Yeah, he goes for it.
Director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out.
Yeah, surprised him with extra bit of pace, and it had good bounce on it as well. He had earlier tried his hand at playing the pull shot. It was kind of a miscue. It hit the splice of the blade. Remember, it was only the bowler who appealed vociferously. Wider of the stumps. Got no reaction, almost no reaction from the keeper. This will be decisive. Ultra edge. Not close to the glove or the bat or the helmet. Ultra edge remains very silent. No reaction, and so it's a not out.
Asif Yaqub and Brendan Taylor realized that there wasn't a nick. But for Sri Lanka, if they win this quickly, then they give themselves a little margin. They can also lose to Pakistan on a little margin and still qualify.
It's been leg-side-ish from that angle. Evans has not started off well here. 4 overs have been bowled, 35 without a wicket. Need wickets. Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka well placed. 4 overs and 35 without a wicket down. 112 more needed. It's been a mixed bag for Zimbabwean bowlers. Every now and then they've sprayed the ball. A couple of good deliveries followed by a couple of not so good deliveries. 9 extras in a start of just 4 overs.
It hasn't been the start that Zimbabwe wanted. Raza banking on his fast bowlers, who have been pretty decent throughout this tri-series. Got the ball to swing up front. They're the most potent bowlers in the attack.
That's hit hard and misses the fielder. He was on the run, dashing across to pick up what would have been a super catch. But this was belted into the fence.
Yeah, Nissanka has played a couple of pull shots. This is the second time that he's really got in position and nailed the pull shot. It's went flat, but reasonably in the gap.
He's a short fellow, so very quick on the take at that short ball, short length. 19 of just 11. Yeah, that's hit hard over the infield for 4. This is pretty ordinary stuff from Maposa. Staying in the crease and helping himself.
Yeah, it was short and it was wide and it was 4. That's a poor delivery and dealt with. He's very good off the back foot, square of the wicket. A pull shot, now a cut shot. Can't stray in that length to him.
Reload, please. Looking for a slower ball. Now that fellow could hit the ball through point area. I remember when he struck probably the fastest 100. I was playing that game in Singapore. 48 ball 100 he got, and it felt like eternity because all we were doing is collecting the ball from the fence, getting it back to the bowler, and then returning to get it back again. It's just a phenomenal hitter, phenomenal batsman. Short ball, he's not learning. And it's been an easy stay at the crease for Nissanka, and more claps from the coach. Sri Lanka in a desperate situation. It's a must-win game for them, and they're going at a very good pace here.
3 boundaries in the over, all short deliveries. A pull shot over square leg, then a cut shot, and then a pull shot in front of square, almost mid-on. 49 now. And Sri Lanka want to really hammer the advantage home.
That's hit over the cover for 4. This is excellent batting and poor bowling. 50 partnership is raised in no time.
And Nissanka in his element. After those short balls is pitched up. He's enjoying this, is Sanat Jayasuriya. 53 now. Still a couple of deliveries remain for the 5th over.
Right, so Sanat Jayasuriya got that 100 of just 48 balls. That stood as the fastest in that period for a little while. Play and a miss. Just want to confirm the bowling attack that we had, which was pulverized and absolutely belted. Waqar Yunus, 10 overs, 62. Mohammad Akram, 7 overs, 66. Saklan Mushtaq, 10 overs, 45. Very decent. Aqib Javed, 10 overs, 65. Amir Sohail, 8 overs, 73. He was the captain as well. Salim Malik, 5 overs, 1 for 34. And here's the culprit, bad man. Five done, 54 without a wicket down. Tremendous batting from Sri Lankan batsmen. This was the pull shot. Just got to show the array of shots. And poor bowling from Zimbabwe. Shorter length attempted. And then when he wanted to bowl that fuller length, he was put away over cover.
Evans. Edged and gone for 4.
Runs are flowing. 58 the start here for Sri Lanka. Nissanka, one of those not controlled shots, but once again finds the boundary. Striking at over 200 now. Zimbabwe still searching. Just think they've missed their lengths on the shorter side, and providing width in that combination has been very effective for Sri Lanka and their opening batters.
That's more like it. Need to be on a length and probably right on the stumps. Have gone away from what is their DNA as a bowling group. Just generally they'll be in that area and look to pepper that in the first 6 and cause trouble to whatever batting lineup. But today, this opening partnership has just had, well, feasting capabilities. Pakistan's smartest hatchback EV. Inverex EV. Yeah, in this power play, Sri Lanka normally have had difficulty, struggled to get started, and they've not had to do anything here. They've just taken what they've been given. It's been sprayed all over the place in terms of line, in terms of length. Uncharacteristic, really, from the trio of Garava, Maposa, as well as Evans. In the air and taken. He's a very good fielder, Wellington Masakadza. They nearly got in each other's way, but finally they get one. And Evans is the one who provides.
And is the wicket of Kamil Mishara. It's not being able to get complete from the middle of the bat, high on the bat, and a very good catch. Very good in the field. See him take a good one in the previous game also, Masakadza. Finally, the breakthrough has happened. Mishara goes for 12, Sri Lanka 59 for 1.
Kusal Mendis, wonderful player, been around a long time, 30 years old now. Comes in with a base, just a couple of balls to go in the power play, so depending on what's going on in his head, he might think take the 2 on, he might think take what is given. They've got a nice platform here. Beautiful punch off the back foot, and it's away for 4. What a start for Kusal Mendis.
That is exquisitely timed. What a shot to get off the mark. Just gets stalled on top of the bounce, and it is all touch, class and timing. Very quick this outfield here in Rawalpindi. Ball continues to skip off the turf. It's not the worst of deliveries from Evans, maybe just a hint of width. Kusal Mendis very good to react.
.64 for 1. Power play done, and as you look at the shots played in this power play, Zimbabwe will be disappointed. See how full that is. Then it's short, and on the leg side, more short as well. And easy enough for the Sri Lankans. Just look for width and length as these shots go off to the fence. Nothing that's in a good area, on a good length, which is what they normally do. So been on the shorter side, perhaps trying to go into the pitch too much rather than hit what is length and slightly back of it, as they normally do. It's meant that Sri Lanka have got a fast start, way ahead of the curve in the first 6 overs. And in order for them to go wrong from here in the quest to get to 147, and they'd need a calamitous collapse, really, or some brilliance from the Zimbabweans. They need to take another wicket here and get 2 new batters in order to get in and kind of be in this contest once again. Into the next part of the game. Here's Raza. Just short of that mid-wicket. Yeah, have a look at the Zimbabwean seamers today, and 48% is in the short area, but also just have a look at the variance of where those are pitching. Not one pitching in the same place, really. And as you look at the pitch map, just kind of have a look. What you want is patterns early on, so you can determine what's going on. So you want a grouping somewhere, it'll tell you where they're trying to bowl. There isn't. So you can't tell, looking from that pitch map, what it is or what length it is that the bowlers felt would be most successful. We also generally talk about in the power play the fact that you want to be right on the stumps. And if you look down the tram line that's in the middle, minimal deliveries in there, but either side many. As I say, uncharacteristic to this Zimbabwean side, because on tour here and just generally the control's pretty good, and they tend to hit a length and keep it quite simple and stay on the stumps. Must fight back from there though. Forget that, move along, get into the rest of the game. 68 for 1. .68 for 1, Sri Lanka bossing this one thus far. 79 from 78 is what they require from here. And what Zimbabwe need from the middle of the game is that their spinners go well.
That's what the spin duo of Sri Lanka did. Between the 4, Tikshana and Hasaranga picked up 4 wickets. In the 4 overs, they bowled, kept the scoring rate tight as well. And Zimbabwe will expect Masakadza and Raza to do the same.
AFC, the official food partner. Oh, stayed down. He's done well to catch up with that. Kept watching it, Nissanka, and got the bat down in time.
Not the first time. So there's a couple of times when Hasaranga was bowling as well. Sikandar Raza, if I remember correctly, was batting a couple that just stayed low.
And it should be an encouragement to stay on the stumps. And these vagaries in the pitch.
It's what we spoke about, even the seamers, the Sri Lankan seamers who kept it very tight in line with the stumps, got a natural deviation. Certain deliveries just laterally moved off the surface, all in line with the stumps. You said it'll require a collapse of the edges here. The moment Sri Lanka found themselves on a set platform. You mentioned that on tour, Zimbabwe this time and in the recent past have kept the grouping together. But this is almost now twice in a row, even against Pakistan in the power play first up. 53 for 1 Pakistan. Saibzada Farhan was very good to crack on shorter, wider stuff. Power play tonight as well, 64 for 1. End of the over, 72 for 1.
I tell you why I differentiate with that Saibzada Farhan innings is because it just seemed there was a ploy there to try and take him outside the stumps because he was good straight. And so it looked concerted and it looked like there was a pattern with every bowler kind of bowling in a particular area to him. Whereas here, it's not. It's just spread all over the place. And it looks more like missing here rather than trying to be in a particular area. Much better this, and these two experienced men, Nissanka and Mendes. Super Asia, Pakistan's leading home appliances brand. Automatic washing machine, magic of one touch. Yeah, dead straight like that. Make them try and work it off the stumps either side of the wicket.
Sikandar Raza normally will bowl very quick. Will be around that 90k mark. Just got subtle variations in his action. Hides the ball behind. Captain will need to play a part here. Just there as well. That's the line you want to be, and the length as well. Because he's so quick, if you miss on the back foot, there's a massive chance he can trap you right in front. So Kusal Mendes will have to be careful if he jumps onto the back foot. He's done well. Very watchful Mendes. The moment out of the power play with the spin in tandem, looking to rotate strike, 1s and 2s. Boundaries have just dried up. No boundaries since the last 3 overs now. Sri Lanka still well ahead.
It's well bowled. 75 for 1. Yeah, nicely done that by Sikandar Raza. First couple of deliveries probably not straight enough. Worked onside, worked offside. And as the over went along, got straighter and straighter. See that white worm coming back toward the green one? And it's because of these spinners coming into the attack. Both Masakadza and Raza working together. They've got to win this middle period, Zimbabwe, if they have any chance of winning this game. And what you want is to kind of build and build in terms of pressure, so that at the back end, it's a tussle there, and you might then wrest the control back.
You talk about the give and take in terms of the game. Now, Kusal Mendes extremely experienced. Nissanka is sitting comfortable at 42 of 28. plan from them, even if the boundaries have dried up, could be just knock the ball around. Ones and twos, does the job. The odd bad delivery goes to the boundary. Don't think they need to change anything. Should be happy to play out a period as well, even if the boundaries dry up. Well, it is time for you to hit the cinemas. Buy your tickets. Neelofer is out on the 28th of November, just in a couple of days. It promises to be a great watch. Fawad Khan and Myra Khan in action again. There's a bit of action. Into the night sky and all the way for 6 from Mendes. That is some strike.
Nimble. Very quick feet. Left very late and got right to the pitch of the ball. And once he got there, it was good night. Straight as you like. And it's gone for a tee in one of the hospitality boxes. Wonderful strike for 6.
Yeah, so good, because knowing Masakadze again, not the biggest turnaround there, so he can trust him on line. Picks up the length early. And it's not like he's right up to the pitch of the ball. It's not smothering the spin because there isn't much. So he can still afford to hit through the line of the ball.
Yeah, along with the caution, that too, Mendes isn't risky. It only becomes risky if he tries to go across it or if he tries to work it off the straight into off a leg side. But once he got to the pitch, easy enough for him, and it just eases the pressure again. It had been 20 odd balls since they'd got a boundary. They've got one, they can start again. And this was missing from their game previously. It just looked as though they were stop or go. Must admit though that when Mendes, Nissanka, Kusal Pereira, when they're not in, it looks entirely different with the rest that are less experienced. Ten off that one, 10 gone, 10 to go. 85 for 1. Time for a drink.
85 for 1. Sri Lanka needs 62 more. It's been an impressive start. Nissanka back in form.
They picked the short ball up very nicely, and there have been quite a few of them. That's where the runs have come for. What Zimbabwe have tried to do is hit the deck, which is the right thing, but they've gone away from their natural length. The two fast bowlers, they're tall, they hit back of a length, but today with the thought process of hitting the deck hard, they've gone short, and that's what happens when you try too hard, Bazid.
Yeah, didn't get movement up front. They banged the pitch hard. Also wayward. Appeal. No, just going down. It's actually the spinners that have given Zimbabwe a little bit of control. Fast bowlers were taken too. He's hit it hard down the ground. Just speed the single.
Couple of balls ago, he's down the wicket as well, but it was more the angle. And probably taking, oops, something in his eye. Sliding down, leg side, I would say. 12.4 overs is what Sri Lanka needed to score the 147 to come on par or just sneak ahead of Zimbabwe on run rate. That's out the window. Now what Sri Lanka should focus on is getting these runs with these two in the middle. Why I say that, Bazid, is Sri Lanka need Pathum Nissanka in form, Kusal Mendis in form. So time in the middle is what's required.
And if they win this, then the equation very simple. You win against Pakistan, you qualify, you lose, you're out.
Next game against Pakistan.
Yes, I was hoping for more from you.
The hot Pakistan or the cold Pakistan?
The unbeaten Pakistan. 88 for 1. Yeah, that kind of night. Cover up.
It's been getting colder day by day. Snow in the mountains not too far away. Visible from here, the Murray Mountains. Areas we visited during our playing days.
Nice little cold breeze. Evans. Yeah, so at the moment, everything pretty simple for Sri Lanka. They've had a good game. Back end were very good with the ball. Now this partnership, Nissanka batting well. Just the game they needed to go into that big game. They've got now, well, essentially two games to win the tri-series. And the knockout stages have started from today.
Hang on, 58 to get. We've seen strange things happen. Got to be careful, just keep chipping away rather than allowing that required rate to climb up and to be quite a tight situation later on. Just keep that rhythm going. Keep it flowing. You can have a cup of tea later. Let the fans have the tea right now. Tapal tea, Pakistan's #1 brand.
And this is what Zimbabwe were lacking early on. Back of a length. Evans is so good at just hitting that length. Gets a little bit of seam movement, but maybe a few runs short with the bat, and the start with the ball not exactly to plan.
It was a different Sri Lanka, though. They came out with a plan. Dasun Shanaka opened the bowling with Tikshana. And the execution was a lot better. There was a purpose across the park. Then following on from there, the batters that they need in form, Nissanka, Kusal Mendis, getting those much needed batting time out there. 6.84, suddenly that required rate climbing up, because the last 2-3 overs have been pedestrian from Sri Lanka's point of view.
Quickly off, wants a second, and races back. Oh, a direct hit. Might have been very interesting.
And he's run himself out, hasn't he? In both T20 internationals in this tri-series. Kusal Mendis. And would that probably would have been the third, if that was a direct hit. Nissanka 49. He's looked very good today.
Into onside and gets a single. Gets to his 18th T20I 50. Relief in the Sri Lanka squad. The main man is back in form. 93 for 1. Raza, 3 overs at 10. One bowler who's been very consistent.
They played in carefully, watchfully. But still 3 overs, 3.1 overs for 11 runs. It's way too much respect, I'd say. Want to be smoother than that against the spinners.
But as you did mention, Russ, Mendes and Nissanka in form makes a huge difference, especially where Sri Lanka's batting is the problem.
So watch out, Pakistan.
An early call, as you do, Russ.
Smarty pants, huh? Well, what about this moment?
A Fikr-free moment. That was probably the Pakistan team. Download Fikr-free app and get the insurance you need on your fingertips. Nicely played, the sweep shot in the air and in the gap. That is a good connection from Nissanka.
What a shot.
Been a long time in the context of a T20 game. Towards the leg side, and that's the first boundary of Sikandar Raza's spell. Comes in his penultimate ball.
A single down the ground and the 100 raised. It is 13 overs, 100 for 1, Sri Lanka.
Nissanka is back. The ball short. He's a good player off the back foot. Picks up length nice and early. And the Zimbabwean fast bowlers kept feeding him. Didn't he feast? Just the confidence, just the break his team needed. Square of the wicket, where he peppered the bowlers too. You pitch it up, he'll knock you down the ground as well. But Nissanka still there. Needs to see this innings through just to get everyone breathing better in that dugout.
Angrava. Tries that little sweep shot. He's got enough on it and plenty more. It's actually carried all the way.
Ooh. Not in control. Not a shot that you usually see him play. Didn't really know where it went, but it's gone all the way. In the course of an innings, you see edges, you see inside edges, outside edges. You get beaten, but you kick on. 47 then off 45. Finally goes out to the boundary.
It was 12.4 overs that Sri Lanka had to get to this target in order to jump ahead of Zimbabwe's net run rate. That has been picked up. Magnificent. If that previous one was iffy, nothing wrong with this one. Maximum.
53, the partnership of 46. Yup, in total control. Uses the pace. No difference if the fine leg was there because the line was such, the length was such that it was right in his arc. Nissanka rattling along.
Into the offside. Just a one this time around, but now it's a matter of if Sri Lanka getting 2 points here and then try and get 2 points in that game against Pakistan. Net run rate will not come into play.
Yep, irrelevant now. Selfie moment, the We Go Tell mobile selfie moment it is. Always a moment where it gets the best out of people, the smiles, the poses.
Thursday, as things stand right now, Sri Lanka do get these 34 runs. Sri Lanka win, they get into the final. If they lose, Zimbabwe-Pakistan final.
How nervous do you think Pakistan will be?
Oh, very nervous. They'll be like that flicker-free moment. Down the track, gives himself a little bit of momentum. Just gets it to that point fence, gets a single. 33 now required. Partnership 55 of 49. Sanka's batted well, but Mendes needs time in the middle. Worked away. Just speed the single. 115 for 1 after 14.
12 fours and 3 sixes. They've not spared anything, of course. You bowl that wide, most batters will put you away. Nissanka especially. Good off the short ball, he's picked them off to either side. They've really not been able to contain the Sri Lankan batters here. Wherever they bowled, they've been able to score runs.
Zimbabwe now need some overs where they get back-to-back wickets. Masakadza into the attack. It's the spinners that have been slightly better with the control, but so far it's looked very simple for Sri Lanka.
We haven't seen it turn. Just varied their pace, just got it up there, and Sri Lanka also have been happy to knock it around because they've got ahead of the game. The way they were able to get runs off the faster bowlers. The value of that 10th wicket partnership that Zimbabwe came up with against Pakistan 2 days ago. 44 runs. And that adds pressure on the opposition. It's got them a little bit of a cushion, forcing Sri Lanka and telling them, if you want to knock us out, you've got to win your games. You're not going to get ahead on the net run rate. 44 runs would probably mean a cushion of 4-5 overs here in this game.
Trying to get that finer of short third. 73 of 50. 28 to win. And then Nissanka really motor and get 27 out of the 28.
You really do need these two to see it through. It's all about confidence. It's all about how you feel. You set back-to-back wickets. Lose a wicket here, the next batter gets in, and if he happens to get a good ball, he'll go into the next game low on confidence, watching or thinking what he should do. You don't want that. You want everyone to feel good. Garavada as well. 2 leg byes. Ends the 15th with Sri Lanka 122 for 1.
जी सो क्रिकेट फैंस इस मौसम को एंजॉय कर रहे हैं यकीनन सर्दी बढ़ चुकी है लेकिन इसके साथ साथ दोनों टीमें अपने सामने हैं मध्य मुकाबले में और यकीनन इस मैच को हम सब लोग मिलकर एंजॉय भी कर रहे हैं कौन सी टीम जीतेगी आज जीत किसके नाम होने जा रही है तमाम तरह
Sri Lanka need 25 of 30 balls. Zimbabwe need to drag this right to the last over. Can they do that, Tommy?
Yeah, good question. I think a wicket's much needed, has been for some time. Just not been able to prize out Nissanka, who's been very good. 74 from 51. They've got to find it somehow. What's been difficult to do because of the work done by these two experienced players is to just build some pressure, something that will cause them to try and play a big shot or to try and take the wrong ball on. Calculated it really well and then executed well, which has been missing from their group. Still, you keep dragging it out and you try and get it to that last over, and then you never know.
Clean hitting. Beautiful batting. That's not the first time he's played that shot. Every time the ball has been pitched in his zone, it's traveled, it's gone.
Yeah, first thing is clarity with regard to your game plan, and then the second thing is the execution of stroke once you've decided that's where you're going. He's been spot on with both. Full here, nose mid-off is up, and he's going to go over the top, and he's hit it cleanly for 4.
Oh, that is some shot. That's gone all the way for 6. Made a cracking, crunchy shot. Noise, sound.
Just excellent from Pathum Nissanka. Sri Lanka's Pathum.
It was more like a Pathum. Tremendous hit. Picked up the length so early, being straight driven, shortened the length, went over mid-wicket for 6. Makes room, slices it past the infield on the bounce to the man running in from deep cover. KFC Flip, where are you? The bucket challenge. We all wait in anticipation. There they are. Bucket full of fun.
Some actually flip it. Well, actually maybe one did. The rest just put it on like a hat. You shouldn't be able to win if you do that.
(14 of 27 balls). Sri Lanka finally coming into their own. They were almost dead and buried in the last couple of matches. Don't just look vibed enough. Just didn't look interested enough, and certainly now finding form, finding their feet.
Yeah, it could still be too little too late, you know, because of how big their defeat was early on. Their couple of defeats. It's meant that they've kind of made a difficult task for themselves. They've got to win here, and they've got to win again against Pakistan. And so for Zimbabwe to drag this out, and we were talking about this at the start of the tri-series, to say no game is kind of dead at the beginning because you have net run rate at the back end. You've got to earn the right to play in that final.
Nicely placed shot for a couple of runs.
But this chalk and cheese in terms of their batting performance and the way that they've played in the games before. This is more like the Sri Lankan side that is expected. The batting up at the top, and just one down here, and it's experienced players that are doing it. Nissanka, wonderful player, has had a really good 2025. It'll please that Sri Lankan legend no end.
He's been out there from the start. Must be very cold, Sanat Jayasuriya. Please go back into the dugout now. Your team is doing well. They'll probably win this now. 137 for 1.
Yeah, better you than me, Sanat. It's freezing out there. I want to be inside for sure. I think I'd see just as well from upstairs with the aircon put on hot. In fact, I might say it's a better view, aerial. Get the walkie-talkie and send messages from there.
Would never have imagined him to be a coach, really, of all the batsmen. I mean, a blistering batsman. Very temperamental, you know. Wasn't happy with hitting just 1 6. It had to be kind of 6 sixes in 1 over. And there he is, calm and quiet and observant. That's not a good ball, and that's been an issue, Tommy, with the Zimbabwean bowling today. Couple of them on target and then 3 off target.
Yeah, been off. It's fair to say that, and they'll feel that as well. Generally, in the couple of games before, you'd say that there was a control there. There was a bit in the Pakistan game where they were kind of taken apart by a batter who'd got in and they couldn't contain them at the back end, and they ended up going for 195. But by and large, the control has been good.
Smashed. Easily done over the infield for 4. This is too easy now for Nissanka into the 90s. What a knock he's playing.
A wonderful sound off the bat. He's found the middle of the bat pretty much from the word go, and he's been the one to lead the assault here. Percentage cricket played as well. He's taken the right options at the right times, really given Zimbabwe nothing in the way of an opportunity, and has made sure of this imminent, impending victory.
Yeah, that's gone all the way for 6. Magnificent hit. It's done and dusted. He's short of the 100. 98 not out, but it's such an important innings, because next in line is Pakistan, and you'd want your opener to be in red-hot form, your top order to be in good shape. Seriously good hitting and batting from Nissanka. Sri Lanka winning this quite easily in the end by 9 wickets.
The way that he reacted there, Nissanka, I think he was trying to just hit that for 4. Because he's looking at the scoreboard and recognized that it was 5 required to win. And if he hits it for 4, then he can get to 96. And then look at the reaction. Rather than arms aloft and the job is done, he's going, oh, I haven't got my 100. Doesn't matter, don't worry about it. It's not about that. You've won the game, and it makes it no less a magnificent innings that it doesn't have 3 figures, particularly when you speak of T20s, actually, in modern times now, and the way that it's played. Really, the number that's important is the strike rate at the end on good pitches or situationally in games, how you've gone in that regard and whether you've got the job done. And he certainly has tonight.
Clearly, Sri Lanka's 5-match losing streak has come to an end, thankfully. Yeah, completely at home, at ease, Sri Lanka in this run chase, richly deserving this victory by a wide margin of 9 wickets. Handshakes all around, and they'll be in an excellent frame of mind when they meet Pakistan, because that's their do-or-die game. They win that, and they're in the Tri-Nations final. They lose that, it opens a window for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe clearly below par with the ball. Also with the bat, I thought there were a few runs light, but to get to almost 150 was still a challengeable score.
Yeah, that's a look at a spotless, you'll say. Yes, there's Mishara, who's 12 from 15, but that batting performance and that batting card are just what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka.
Zim didn't make great time of it with the ball. 1 wicket for Evans, 1 for 36, but Angrava was expensive, 3.2, none for 44. Not enough wickets for Zimbabwe to challenge Sri Lanka, and they were easily over the line with just a wicket down.
A look at the highlights, and as you watch this, what you'll see is a whole lot of boundaries. But as you see them, you also need to look at where the boundaries are from as an illustration of the waywardness tonight of the Zimbabwe bowlers. Offered up much opportunity, and it was gleefully accepted by particularly Patum Nissanka, who was imperious in his shot making and controlled absolutely everything as the innings went along. No opportunities to speak of as far as Zimbabwe are concerned. Took that one chance they got, and then from there on it was just one-way traffic and Sri Lanka marching to victory.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of shots played in the gap and then some lofted hits over the rope. Completely at ease, hitting the ball in the air into the gap, and a terrific innings by this opener there. Got a 50, almost 100 remain not out on 98. Flicks, pulls, drives, saw it all. Yeah, providing width every now and then, over pitching the ball or under pitching it and paying the price. Zimbabwean bowlers. Yeah, terrific innings. 98 not out. And so that is the match summary then. Zimbabwe 146 for 5. They had to strike early with the ball. That did not happen. Nissanka 98 not out. Ran away with the show of just 58 balls. Mendes remained not out on 25. And Sri Lanka winning this by 9 wickets. So Pakistan still at the top. They've qualified for the Tri-Nations final. Zimbabwe are still there at number 2 slot. Sri Lanka need to beat Pakistan to enter the final. So it's a do-or-die game for Sri Lanka in that day after duel. Right, we'll take a break now and come back with the post-match presentation. Sri Lanka playing a lovely hand to absolutely knock out Zimbabwe on the night. 146 for the loss of 5 Zimbabwe gotten. In response, Sri Lanka were over the line quite peacefully, comfortably, and won this by 9 wickets. Right, we're ready with the post-match presentation. Over to Bazid Khan.
Welcome to the post-match ceremony of this game. Sri Lanka winning by 9 wickets. A magnificent performance by them. Now with me in the presentation partly, firstly is Rear Admiral Fred Sinivaratna, retired. His Excellency is the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to Pakistan. Then we've got the team manager, Zimbabwe, Love Morbanda, Mr. Blessing Ngodo, Zimbabwe Cricket Board member. Mr. Suhail Akbar, General Manager, Vigotel Mobile, Mr. Sajid Rahman, Jazz Business Partner, Mr. Imran Saeed on behalf of Inverex Electric Vehicle EV, Mr. Hafiz Sajid Mahmood, Director Hello Hair Shampoo, and Mr. Sher Gayas, Super Distributor Infinity Ventures Super SAF. Now to the awards. Rear Admiral Fred Sinivaratna will present the PCB Moment of the Match Award to Pathum Nissanka for his 6th to finish the game. He batted fabulously, but the ending with a huge maximum. And now Mr. Blessing Ngodo will present the award to Sikandar Raza, 300 appearances across all formats for Zimbabwe. Mr. Blessing Ngodo will present the award to Brendan Taylor for his 300 appearances across all formats for Zimbabwe. Longevity for both these players. Now Mr. Love Mobanda will present the award to Brian Bennett. He's got 50 appearances in T20Is. He looks a prospect. He bats with real intent. Mr. Sher Gayas will present the Super SAF Bowler of the Match cash award of 1,50,000 rupees to Mahesh Dikshana. Dikshana got 2 for 23 in his 4 overs, wickets up front, which really set the tone. Mr. Sajid Rahman will present the Jazz Superpower of the Day cash award of 1 lakh rupees to Kaushal Mendes for his 96-meter 6. 96-meter 6, which disappeared. Kaushal Mendes. Mr. Hafiz Sajid Mahmood will present the Hello Hair Shampoo 100% Confident All-Rounder of the Match cash award of 1 lakh rupees to Sikandar Raza. Sikandar Raza 37 with 5 fours and a 6, and his 4 overs went for just 17. Mr. Imran Saeed will present the Inverex EV Electrifying Batter of the Match cash award of 1 lakh rupees to Pathum Nissanka for his 98 or 58. 4 sixes and 11 fours. And his strike rate 168. Now the player of the match will sign the bat for Vigotel Mobile Collaboration Project in association with the Almara Foundation. That is Pathum Nissanka. Sign the bat. And then Mr. Suhail Akbar will present the Vigotel Mobile Player of the Match trophy and cash award of 300,000 to Pathum Nissanka for his 98 or 58. It's been a fabulous innings from Pathum. Really led the way for Sri Lanka up front. Pathum will have a word as well. Pathum, firstly, a fabulous innings, back in form at the very right moment. Big game up in front.
Thank you very much. මුලින්ම මම try කරේ මගේ partner rhythm එකට එන්න. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා power play එක dominate කරන්න තමයි මගේ මුලින්ම බලාපොරොත්තු තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් මම ඉන්නේ දිගට continue කරා.
I said his plan was to play well in the power play. That's where we had struggled before. He got through that, and after that he was able to continue with his batting.
Never seemed as if through the series you were out of form. It seems as you're just getting out. And today you carried through. Was that the case, or was that just our feeling?
ඇත්තටම මම හිතනවා මගේ partner rhythm එක හම්බුණා කියලා. ඉතින් පොඩි mistake තිබ්බා. ඉතින් මම ඒක analyze කරලා බලුවන් පස්සේ තමයි මම මේ match එකට ආවේ. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඒක apply කරාම හරියට කියලා.
Yeah, he analyzed his game. There were a few mistakes where he was going wrong. He knew what he needed to correct, and he applied those things in today's game, and it came off.
And you're one of those who play all formats. So how difficult is it to, as you said, analyze your game, especially in the shorter format, because you master all three for Sri Lanka?
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් අමාරු දෙයක් තමයි ෆෝමැට් තුනම හරියට සෙල්ලම් කරන එක. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මුලින්ම මගේ මයින්ඩ් සෙට් එක වගේ මේ කොන්ෆිඩන්ස් තියෙන්න ඕනේ හොඳට. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා මගේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල තියෙන වර්ක් ටික මම හරියට කරනවා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඉන්න මට ලේසි නේ.
Yeah, it's true. It's not easy to play all three formats and adapt to those. But the practice sessions, he trains differently for each of them. And the last few games, we've been training on the T20. So he's been happy with the training that we've had.
Just one last question before I let you go. You hit a few sixes. Which one was your favorite?
I think the scoop shot.
Scoop shot. We heard that. Well played, very well done. Thank you very much for today. Good luck for the game against Pakistan.
Thank you very much.
And now I'd like to invite Zimbabwe's captain, Sikandar Raza, to have a few words. Sikandar won the toss, batted first. Do you think you were short of runs, or where did not really come up today?
Bazibay, I think we were slightly short. I thought over number 18 and 19 from Malinga and Chami were top class, and unfortunately we couldn't score a lot of runs there. Even in the last over, I know we got 2 boundaries, but overall I thought we were touch short. But having said that, I personally think we didn't bowl well in the power play. In these conditions, the power play is really important because that's when the ball is coming on. So you have to be on top of your game. But I thought in the power play we didn't bowl well. Had we got 20 more runs as well, I don't think so that would have made much of a difference.
You answered my second question too, but did it not swing today, or was just not your bowlers hitting your line and length?
No, I think we didn't allow the ball to swing today. If you look at it, a lot of the boundaries were too wide, a lot of the boundaries were too full. We didn't hit that 4 to 6 meter length. We've got enough data and stat that once you hit 4 to 6 meter length, it's staying. And today was a variable bounce as well. It was staying low as well, so it was very hard to time. But once you bowl too full and too short, then it was just an easy shots for them.
Now the problem is that you still have to watch one more game. Now, you know you played for Qalandars. You'll have your Pakistan shirt on, wishing them.
No, I'll be supporting Pakistan, still having my Zimbabwean shirt on. But I don't think so that's a problem. I think it's a good thing to have. We haven't been in a position where we have to rely on others to help us qualify. So it's a good position for us to be in. But yeah, it's nice. We'll be watching that game with great interest and hoping and praying Pakistan can do us a favour.
So Pakistan will get a few more supporters, maybe 15, 16 of them, whole squad.
Yeah, I think knowing the squad, I think everybody will be supporting Pakistan so that we can get ourselves in the final.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you again.
Thank you, Wazirbai.
Right, now I'd like to invite Sri Lanka's captain, Nissanka. Nissanka, the performance today, now everything in your hands. Talk us through the initial spell with the new ball. You bowled yourself, and you guys bowled very straight. That was the plan, to attack the stumps?
Yeah, of course. From the start, you know, the confidence was there. And we bowled in the right area, especially Mahesh Tikshana. Good to be back among the wickets. So really pleased with the performance, of course, myself. So we managed to bowl really well in that power play, and we carried throughout the game.
And they say that in tournaments you need to peak at the right time. This is probably one of your better performances, probably the best performance to the Tri-Series. What sort of boxes are ticked? Obviously the opening partnership, the bowling has come together, you think?
Yeah, see, there are areas to develop in the bowling. Of course, you know, from myself especially, and every other bowlers did their part today. But I think we need to polish up the key areas again and again. Going to the next game, especially a side like Pakistan, they've been in tremendous form. So yeah,
How are we dealing with the cold? It's become very cold. As the game goes on, it becomes extremely cold.
Yeah, it is. We haven't played games in this weather, but still we are managing. And this win especially, doesn't matter how cold it is, we need to perform and win the next game. So yeah, we're looking forward for that.
Very well played, and we look forward to you playing in that game day after tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that is all we have from down here in the presentation ceremony.
Right, so points table, Pakistan at the top. Zimbabwe will wait for what happens to that Sri Lanka-Pakistan contest. If Sri Lanka beat Pakistan, they'll be in the final. Otherwise, they'll go back home. So all to play for. And we'll be here to provide you with all the details and entertainment in this KFC Presents Vigotel Mobile Tri-Nation Series. 27th November. Mark the date, mark the time. It's 5:50 p.m. local time. The action starts live from Rawalpindi. Till then, it's goodbye and good night from a very cold Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium.
Here we are, and this is what has happened today in match 5. Zimbabwe chose to bat first and managed 146 for 5, riding on Raza and Burl's 37, not out, and a Raza 37. And then Theekshana getting 2 wickets in the power play. Sri Lanka, strong response, 148 for 1. Batam Nissanka, 98 not out, and Mendes getting a 25 not out. Did the job. Sri Lanka winning by 9 wickets and getting their first 2 points in the Tri-Nation points table. And this is what it looks like now. Now there's a strong position for Sri Lanka. All they need to do is do well against Pakistan day after tomorrow. They've also helped themselves slightly in that net run rate from -2 to -1.32. Hello and welcome to Pitch Side. It's 9 degrees out here. We're trying to hold this mic straight so that it doesn't shiver. And we've had an exciting game. I think Nissanka's innings has warmed us up. He did so well, and this is the Sri Lanka we know out there, and they did stamp their authority. To talk on that, we've got Russell Arnold to my left, and to his left is, of course, Dushmantha Chameera. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Chameera. A quick word. We've been making our own assessments here as to what Sri Lanka must be discussing on the days off and the practice sessions. What's been the talk or the chat that this strong performance has come out today?
Yeah, today is must-win game for us. So we discuss, especially when we bowling, especially in the power play, we try to bowl good length, wicket to wicket. Then in the batting also we discuss, when especially last few games in the power play we lose few wickets. So ball batting the few balls take some time, and after set batsmen then can go hard. So that's our plan, and I think today we did a complete game, especially in bowling, batting and fielding. That's what we want.
What's the plan for the cold?
No plan. We have to accept that.
Tell me something, they're different roles. We've seen spin has had a say on these surfaces, and you as a fast bowler, you understand your role, what you need to do. You didn't get wickets today, but you were pretty economical. So tell us, how do you change your workload from a power play bowling and then to a later on bowling?
Yeah, I told you, it's in the power play, because they are batsmen, they like width, and they like to play offside. So all fast bowlers, our plan was bowl straight, wicket to wicket, and change of pace, and the middle time. So we try to bowl more change of pace, slow bouncers, and after that, when I come to bowl, so my plan was bowl straight Yorkers.
Dasun Shanak opening the bowling with Theekshana did a job. The thought process in going that way?
Yeah, normally we discuss I'm going to bowl second over, but suddenly changed because I think first over we got wicket. Yeah. So then Dasun came because fifth bowler he have to bowl 4 overs. So after lose wicket, then he came and bowl good overs in the power play.
Getting rid of those overs were very crucial. Mahesh Theekshana as well, how important is he in setting the tone like he did here today?
Yeah, normally he bowled mainly in the power play, so I think he bowled really well today, and especially pick up wickets. I think that's helped us to minimize big total.
Did you feel that in terms of the faster bowlers, the lengths were also slightly more tighter compared to the last outing they had, and also taking a leaf out of how Ingarawa had bowled at them in that previous outing?
I really did see a difference there because on these pitches, the back of the length stuff was what was effective, and as Dushmantha said, the Zimbabwean batters like width. You got to stay away from there, and it's not a pitch for the fast bowlers where you can blast them out.
Yeah,
the swing had disappeared as well, right?
Yeah, today it's not much swing, so and wicket it's coming low, so I think hard length very difficult to hit. So our all fast bowlers plan was bowl straight, good length balls.
Because hitting through the line is hard. So with or on the pads is where batters scored. Pathum Nissanka, the way he approached it, he got the Zimbabwean bowlers going off that natural length for them. They're taller. So it is crucial. I guess when you look at the pitch, there's so many cracks. And when you see that, something different should happen. And that's where hitting the deck comes in handy.
Important question. I mean, I know professional cricketers do have to manage when you travel around the world and play cricket, but the weather obviously must be having a say, especially on the faster bowlers and how the body is feeling.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hold ball because I in this school didn't feel my fingers when I bowling, so it's very difficult to execute. So and need to be warm every time.
And it's a long time since Sri Lanka have tasted victory. How much of a worry, or does it put pressure and you guys start doubting yourself? How do you break free from that?
Yeah, because we lose last 5 games, 5-6 games.
8 across formats.
Yeah, all format. Yeah, white ball last 8 matches we lost, and we need. I think we need one complete game. So I think we did really well today, especially in all 3 fielding departments. Yeah.
All right, Shamira, thank you so much for your time. We'll let you rest and get ready and geared up day after tomorrow when you face Pakistan. And thanks a lot for joining us here.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Shamira with us, and now we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Mr. Mbangwa joining us, and we'll talk more about how Zimbabwe went wrong today in this encounter. Welcome back to Pitch Side, and we're being joined by Mbangwa here, and I'm going to quickly straight away get into Zimbabwe's performance today with him. According to you, what's your assessment? Where do you think, after winning the toss, what went wrong?
In watching the game, actually, as things went along, I felt that the game plan, and looking from afar and looking in, was better constructed. And I think from game to game, from day to day, they've done that a little bit better. The execution of the game plan is what didn't quite work out. At various times, I felt that taking on the better bowlers, and if you look at an opposition and you decide on who it is you feel is the biggest threat, so in the middle part of the game, perhaps you look at a Wanindu Hasaranga and Tikshana when he comes back. But in essence, in trying to put together a score, they tried to go out in the power play and try and get some sort of a base and try and use that power play. It just didn't quite work out. I think it was more an execution thing than looking at things and thinking they didn't quite think about it right in the way they went. And in the end, they didn't have enough runs on the board. We're talking with Russ off air, and in watching Raza operate, for instance, he seemed to be batting like he felt that they were a long way short from where they needed to get to. So in his mind, there was 160, maybe 165, and he needed to play a little bit more risky to get there.
We started feeling that around the 12th, 13th over when he was trying to go really hard. And batters tend to assess the pitch and they figure out what they need. Again, to add to the question you fired at him, I think Zimbabwe, their plan was good. Sri Lanka were better.
Well, sure, for sure they were. They won by 9 wickets. But also a slight assessment that I would like to share with you over here in terms of lengths in the power play that Zimbabwe chose to bowl slightly or quite shorter than what they were against the last time they played. Have a look at that, where they were very short and were put away.
You can sometimes try too hard, and in the quest to force through what your game plan is, you get things wrong. So when I watched that today, and saw that, you look at where that pitch map is, and I was talking about it on air to say it's absolutely everywhere else except where they want it to be. And today, it just seemed they were trying to hit the pitch much harder and bowled even shorter than they normally bowl. But being tall and using your height is getting your height from as full as you can go without getting to a half volley. That's what you want. You want to be as full as you can go. And in the first game, if you think back to when they played against Sri Lanka the time before, and how a Nissanka gets out, for instance, trying to manufacture a shot from a fullish delivery that bounces up from Garava, and it doesn't bounce up from back of a length, it bounces up from a length. So that's what you should be looking for, and they didn't quite hit that length today.
That length is actually the natural length for these taller bowlers. Trying to hit hard, they pulled it back short. And another thing for me, I'd like to say there, they go away from that length very quickly. Even against the Pakistan team, there was a couple of bottom edges of Farhan, which it's okay, that's how the game goes, but they adjusted the length and then it plays into the hands of the batters.
And I think that's an experience thing. I think it's something that probably requires a little bit of a chat within the change room, within the bowling group, to say, you know what, it's not one hit off there and then you change. It's can you do that a few times, because when you stay there, it might create the chance that you're looking for, and you've got to assess which the most difficult length is on the day and try and stay there. If they hit you off there, hey, good shots are allowed.
Well, we come back to, again, when Pathum Nissanka is in full form and full flow, Sri Lanka gets a win for themselves, and today was the case. And how good he has been. I mean, this is what we were waiting for from him.
Across all formats, he is Sri Lanka's star. He sets the tone. And why I like him is he plays good shots for runs. He can score runs playing good shots. A lot of others, when they're looking for that boundary or that extra run, it's a slog. So it's a risk. They tend to slice. But this guy can. He realized late that he should have hit a 4, not a 6. And that would have given him a chance to get 100.
I think he was trying to, actually. I think he just hit it too well. And it went for 6.
Now, he scored runs everywhere. He's taken the short ball on, even if it was in line with the stumps. He's shorter in height and hence very good judge of length. That's why he's so important for Sri Lanka right at the top of the order. Now, he got 98 out of that 147. Even though Mendy's got some runs, he wasn't as fluent as he'd like. But hopefully the time he spent in the middle will put pressure on your boys.
A quick one before we wrap up the show. This is what we were talking about. He hit a boundary and then he wanted to hit another boundary, but it went too well all the way and realized he's too short.
Yeah, the bounce and of Ngarawa, I think, taking that over the fence.
Yeah.
Bounce and pace of Ngarawa.
Okay, so gentlemen, in the last minute, what can Sri Lanka plan or do against Pakistan? Because that's a game they need to win to get to the final.
No plans. Keep yourself warm and come out and do what you did today slightly better. I thought they were, what I meant by better earlier was they were better than what they were in the previous games. Now there'll be some confidence. They'll feel if we can keep doing this, show a bit more intensity and do what we do better, they will give themselves a chance, and that's what it's about. Another thing we can do, maybe rename the show Cool Side.
Cool Side.
Yeah, keep it simple, I think. If you're in the Sri Lanka change room, keep it simple. Feed off the confidence of today. Maybe a few more get into their groove, and you hope that, Patim Nissanka continues. But the bowlers were also pretty good, held a length, held a line. It seemed like a well-planned outing today. Under pressure, the pressure to stay alive. So under the same sort of pressure against Pakistan, they'll hope they can reproduce that.
All right, great. So here we are now, just to tell our viewers that Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe both are in it with a chance to get into the final, and depends on who wins this match, Pakistan versus Sri Lanka. If Sri Lanka wins, they go to the final. Otherwise, Zimbabwe gets an opportunity. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Do join us with this one day after tomorrow on the 27th. We'll be here at 5:25 in the evening from the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Until then, it's good night.